Chapter 1104. The Central Prefecture's king glanced coldly and stepped into the cave. However, he soon came out again, and his face was cold. "How dare you lie to me?" The black and white dust fairies' faces changed slightly, and they said in unison, "He is in it, how can it be fake? Oh, is it possible that he entered the deepest part? Inside, even I can't get in. Say, where did you hide him?" The Central Prefecture's king asked. The black and white dust fairies were shocked, and they could not help but glance at the people of the great Oriental family, and finally locked their eyes on a woman who was uneasy. Where is Suyu? Didn't I ask you to stay outside the cave?" The black dust fairy asked quickly. Dongfang Yu looked at the Central Prefecture's king, who looked down at the whole great Oriental family, and her face was pale. He has left." "What? Left?" The white dust fairy's face changed greatly. There was only one exit to the Five Elements Mountain, and Dongfang Yu was asked to guard the entrance. As a result, he actually left, and there was no sound. No, it was Dongfang Yu who let him go. "You!" The black dust fairy was angry. She had harmed the great Oriental family. "Enough." The Central Prefecture's king looked indifferent. "Don't pretend anymore, the opportunity has been given to you." A trace of golden light, from his body, continued to shoot out, but that was only a part of the leakage. The real golden light was brewing in his body, brewing an extremely terrifying group. "Wait, we really didn't hide Suyu, he has already left." The white dust fairy hurriedly said, staring at the expanding golden light. She was shocked. The Central Prefecture's king interrupted indifferently. "I know." The black and white dust fairies said, "Since you know that we are not hiding Suyu, why do you still do this? Please stop. Give the people of Jojo a little bloody lesson. No one will dare to cover up Suyu again." The Central Prefecture's king said coldly. At this moment, there seemed to be a huge sun in the body of the Central Prefecture's king, which exploded. The endless divine fire, overwhelming the sky and the earth, covered both the north and the south prefectures. Where the divine fire passed, everything turned into ruins. The black and white dust fairies' eyes were wide open, and at the critical moment, they shouted, "Activate the Five Elements Mountain." The two of them landed at the foot of the Five Elements Mountain and shattered the ground with a stomp, revealing a huge formation at the foot of the Five Elements Mountain. He instilled the demon god's power into the formation, and the formation was activated. The Five Elements Mountain's Five Elements power was completely activated. The majestic power of the five elements soared into the sky, barely blocking the divine flames falling from the sky. However, the divine fire was still descending slowly. Once it completely descended, billions of creatures in the central city of the eastern continent, including the two black and white mortal fairies and the common people, would be turned into ashes. "Eastern clansmen, heed my command. All descendants of the demon god's bloodline, ignite your bloodline and instill the power of the demon god into the formation." With just the power of the two of them, they were unable to contend against the overwhelming divine fire. The closest Easterner immediately revolved the power of demon gods. But compared to the formation, his strength was far too weak. As soon as he touched the formation, his bloodline and body would be sucked dry, turning him into a dried corpse and dying on the spot. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. The people of the eastern continent had experienced the curse for thousands of years. They all had a common enemy, so they were extremely united. At this moment, no one retreated. One by one, the people of the eastern continent rushed forward like moths to the fire. The Central Prefecture's king was surprised. He wanted to create a bloody scene in one fell swoop to frighten the people of Jojo. "That's good." The Central Prefecture's king thought about it and said, "Let them die little by little, and let them die slowly. It will be more impactful for the living." With a sneer, the Central Prefecture's king blew out a breath. The air currents swirled, forming a mirage in an extremely distant region. Although it was far away in other continents, it could also see the bloody scene happening in the eastern continent at this moment. At the same time, a majestic voice radiated in all directions of Jojo. "Those who protect Suyu will be killed without mercy." After doing all this, the Central Prefecture's king left the Eastern clan, who was waiting for death. His figure flashed into the void and shot towards the city where Su Yu was. At this moment, Su Yu was taking a break. But suddenly, a shocking wave of air came from the distant central city. In the airwave, the central prefecture's voice echoed. "Those who protect Su Yu will be killed without mercy." Su Yu's heart trembled, and he felt uneasy for no reason. "He is coming." Su Yu did not hesitate to take out the formation flag given by Dongfang Yu, inserted it into the ground, and immediately activated it. The effect of the formation flag is extremely good, and it only takes a few short breaths to activate. With a space force, Su Yu was teleported away. Almost immediately after he was teleported, a void crack that ran through the sky and the earth appeared nearby. The majestic figure of the central prefecture's king suddenly descended. Staring at the broken and dim formation flag on the ground, the central prefecture's king's face was cold. "Let's see how long you can escape." Swish, half an hour later, Su Yu appeared in the Qianyu prefecture, and he just appeared above the Qianyu prefecture's god-level transmission array. This should be the intention of the two mortal fairies. The huge fluctuations attracted the attention of the strong. In the city, a mortal fairy's strength came and shrouded Su Yu. At the same time, a middle-aged strong man with a horn on his head teleported in front of Su Yu. "Are you Su Yu?" This person also recognized Su Yu's face, showing a hint of appreciation. Su Yu hurriedly said, "Yes, may I ask the central prefecture's king if I can borrow the transmission array?" The king of the Qianyu prefecture laughed heartily. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I have important things to discuss with you." However, as soon as his voice fell, a strong airwave rolled from the sky, which was filled with the extremely stern voice of the central prefecture's king. "Those who protect Su Yu will be killed without mercy." The king of the Qianyu prefecture's face was stiff, and he sneered, "The central prefecture's king is so arrogant. Do you think you can command me like the central prefecture's emperor?" But at this moment, a peak all creation's strong man suddenly flew up with a pale face and handed over a jade pendant to the king of the Qianyu prefecture. The king of the Qianyu prefecture glanced at it, and the anger on his face was swept away, replaced by a few traces of horror and fear. In the jade pendant, in a mist, a mirage appeared, reflecting the scene of the distant eastern continent central city. He saw that the entire central city was surrounded by the divine fire. The famous black and white dust fairies joined forces, but they still couldn't stop the terrible divine fire. The people of the great Oriental family rushed up one by one, exhausted their blood, and were sucked dry. One by one, they fell down. But even so, the divine fire is still coming. In less than 2 days, the great Oriental family will be completely destroyed. The oldest family on this continent must be removed from the world. At the same time, billions of creatures will be buried. Such overbearing, bloody, and powerful means made the king of the Qianyu prefecture's face turn blue. The strength of the central prefecture's king was beyond his expectation, and he was not his opponent. He didn't want to end up like the great Oriental family. Turning his head, the king of the Qianyu prefecture stared at Su Yu with a gloomy face. After a while, he gritted his teeth, pushed Su Yu away, and shouted, "Leave the Qianyu prefecture immediately, and do not use the divine-level transmission array." Su Yu was surprised. What was in the jade pendant? However, as Su Yu felt uneasy, he felt a chill in his heart. So fast, the central prefecture's king caught up so quickly. Su Yu did not hesitate to use the formation flag and teleported again. Shortly after he left, the central prefecture's king came and glanced at the king of the Qianyu prefecture coldly. "Humph, you are sensible." After that, he disappeared into the void. The king of the Qianyu prefecture did not even dare to refute. As he approached the central prefecture's king, he felt a deep fear of death. Behind his back, there was already a cold sweat. When Su Yu appeared again, he appeared in the nearby state, the White Sand State. As soon as he appeared, the White Sand State was shocked by the amazing void fluctuations and teleported over. When he saw that it was Su Yu, his face changed dramatically, and a sense of fear appeared in his eyes. He said coldly, "Leave the White Sand State." He did not dare to let Su Yu stay for a moment. Su Yu did not intend to stay and immediately used the formation flag to teleport away. Almost as soon as he left, the central prefecture's king arrived. In this way, Su Yu continued to teleport from one state to another. The two chased and fled, shaking the entire Jojo. The Central Prefecture's king endured for 100 years, and the strength that broke out was no weaker than the glittering jewel mortal fairy. No matter which state Su Yu went to, the state kings were all frightened and uneasy. This news quickly spread throughout the land of Jojo through various channels in just half a day. Everyone knew that Su Yu had become the target of the Central Prefecture's king, and anyone who tried to protect him would be killed. Along the way, there were indeed people who did not know and tried to take Su Yu in. The end was the same as in the Mirage, and all of them were buried in the divine fire. Such bloody means shocked all the forces in the Jojo continent. After 9 consecutive chases, the Central Prefecture's king chased Su Yu to the lifeless sword domain. Looking at the broken formation flag left by Su Yu, he sneered, "I need to let you know that although the world is big, there is no place for you. I want to see how many formation flags you have left." Su Yu's feet landed on the ground, and this time he was teleported to the Huatian state, which was the state where he died in the battle against the glittering jewel mortal fairy. This state lost its king, so no one came out to drive Su Yu away. However, Su Yu did not intend to stay. In fact, there were several states where the kings did not show up, but Su Yu did not want to implicate them, so he took the initiative to leave, such as the lifeless sword state. Looking at the only flag left in his hand, Su Yu's mouth showed bitterness. He had fled all over Jojo, but there was no place to stay. This was what the Central Prefecture's king wanted to see. The last formation flag, where should he escape to, and where could he escape to? Just as Su Yu smiled bitterly, his eyes suddenly focused. He saw the sky was foggy, and the scene of the central city of the eastern continent was reflected in the clouds. In the endless divine fire, the black and white dust fairies struggled to resist the divine fire near the top of their heads. One by one, the eastern people rushed into the flames like moths, willing to be sucked dry and become dry corpses. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the Great Oriental family, but now there were less than 20 or 30,000 left. However, only half a day had passed since then. Looking at the billions of creatures, looking at the Great Oriental family that was about to be destroyed, Su Yu was shocked. After all, he still got them into trouble. Suddenly, Su Yu caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure in the crowd. She walked silently to the front of the formation. Under the divine fire, the fairy figure was reflected red, like a lotus, white and red, infinitely delicate. But at this moment, with a resolute face, she walked to the formation and instilled her own blood power into the formation. Su Yu's mind roared. No wonder all the state kings were avoiding him. Staring at the tragic and bloody scene, staring at the beautiful figure that was gradually unable to stand, Su Yu's mind was in turmoil. In his life, he never owed anyone a favor, and he did not want to involve others. But the Great Oriental family, Dongfang Yu, since there is no place to hide, why hide? Su Yu looked back at the endless void, his eyes cold. The Eastern continent is waiting for you. Swish. Chapter 1105. Shortly after he left, the Central Prefecture's king arrived. When he sensed Su Yu's whereabouts, he couldn't help but show a bit of playfulness. Back to the Eastern continent. Oh, is there no way out? He grabbed the void with one hand, and the Central Prefecture's king's eyes were cold. The Eastern continent. The black and white dust fairies clenched their teeth, barely supporting the formation, urging the power of the 5 elements of the 5 elements mountain to resist the divine fire. Even so, the divine fire was gradually suppressed, and it would not last long. Hua Rui, Li Xin, you two lead the remaining people to escape. The spare super teleportation array in the clan is enough to allow some of the people to escape. White Dust Fairy looked at the people who had suffered heavy casualties, and her heart was full of sadness. The North and South Mansion Masters smiled bitterly. The family is in danger, but we have to escape. The Black Dust Fairy said bitterly, the power of the divine fire, even the Peak Dust Fairy, not everyone can resist it. We can't hold on for too long. There is no need to waste the lives of the people, and lead the people to escape. With that, the Black Dust Fairy glanced at the formation, and Dongfang Yu, whose bloodline was about to wither, was swept out of the formation, and sighed, "You also escape." Dongfang Yu's pretty face was pale, and she smiled bitterly. I am the one who harmed the people. I can only use my life to delay a glimmer of life for the people. Let the other people escape. I stay here and die with the family. Hey, this is not your fault. It is the two of us who overestimated ourselves and tried to get the ticket, so we ended up like this. If you let Su Yu go, the Central Prefecture's king will not let go of my family. The White Dust Fairy was remorseful. They forced Su Yu to marry Dongfang Yu. Su Yu's amazing qualifications were only secondary, and he had the possibility of getting the ticket, which was the real reason. Ancestor. Dongfang Yu was deeply remorseful. Don't say anything, you did not do anything wrong. My family betrayed our benefactor, which is already ungrateful. Fortunately, you let him go in advance, so that we can keep a little reputation in this world. The Black Dust Fairy waved her hand, and the power of the Dust Fairy swept over, and all the people of the Eastern clan were wrapped up, and they were directly teleported to a very secret place in the clan, where a huge transmission array was quietly operating. As the oldest family on the continent, they would naturally prepare a way out for their clansmen. This teleportation formation was a random teleportation. They would be teleported to every corner of the continent. In this way, it could ensure that the Eastern tribe would not be annihilated by the enemy. Gazing at the black and white mortal fairies who were struggling in the distance, the North and South Mansion mistresses looked at each other. With tears of grief and indignation in their eyes, they shouted in a low voice, "The people of the East, follow us." As long as they were alive, they wouldn't let down the two forefathers. They wouldn't waste the time they had bought with their lives. Under the divine fire, the two of them would definitely be annihilated. The remaining Dongfang clansmen quickly left the Dongfang family through the teleportation formation. When the divine flame approached, most of the Eastern clansmen had already retreated. The black and white mortal fairies looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The great Oriental family, which had stood on the continent for thousands of years, had fallen overnight. It didn't fall at the hands of its eternal enemy, the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Instead, it fell at the hands of the Central Prefecture's king. The clansmen are all gone, you and I can rest here. It's been 3,000 years, it's really tiring. White Dust Fairy looked at the divine flame that was getting closer and closer, and her heart was relaxed. The Black Dust Fairy nodded silently and gave up the power of the 5 elements. For the continuation of the great Oriental family, in order to fight against the curse, they were really too tired. Now that they were buried in the divine flame, it was also a relief. The divine flame descended and turned the figures of the 2 mortal fairies into a living person. Although the bodies of the mortal fairies were constantly repaired, the power of the divine flame was not something that the mortal fairies could compete with. The speed of repair was far less than the speed of destruction. It was only a matter of time before they died. However, at this moment, the void above the sea of fire cracked open, and the ripples of the void were not weak. Su Yu's figure flashed out, and when he looked at the scene below, he was shocked. The divine flame made him feel like he had returned to the feeling of facing the tribulation of Thunder Feather. Looking at the 2 mortal fairies who were buried in the sea of fire, Su Yu's mind turned quickly. This is the only way. Su Yu gritted his teeth and shouted, 2 seniors, leave the sea of fire quickly. Hearing Su Yu's voice, the black and white dust fairies, who were about to die, were both shocked. He actually came back. The great Oriental family suffered a disaster for no reason, and it was all because of me. I can't make up for it, and I can only save one. The black and white dust fairies were ashamed. The cause of the disaster was caused by their greed for tickets. Su Yu came back to save them, which made them sigh. The divine flame is difficult to extinguish, and it is useless to save them. You can leave now. The white dust fairy sighed and closed her eyes again, waiting for the fire to completely burn her body. Su Yu nodded. Since the seniors insist, I will no longer persuade you. May I ask the 2 seniors, do you have anything personal that you want me to pass on to the world? Pass on to the world? The white dust fairy and the black dust fairy opened their eyes at the same time. They had no intention of leaving behind their legacy. The 2 mansion masters of the North and the South grew up under their careful guidance. After thinking about it, the white dust fairy somewhat understood Su Yu's meaning. Was it a pity that her magic treasures were buried in the sea of fire? The Black Dust Fairy was unhappy. She thought that Suyu came back to save them, but she didn't expect that it was for this purpose. However, they were angry. They did have a lot of good things on them, and it would be a pity to bury them like this. The two looked at each other, and each made a stroke towards the void. 2 cracks appeared in front of Suyu. There was an independent space in the crack, which contained the treasures they had accumulated throughout their lives. "Thank you for your help, seniors," Suyu said lightly. The black and white dust fairies were silent and gradually annihilated in the sea of fire. Eventually, their bodies shattered, and their souls turned into nothingness in the flames. Suyu did not panic. From the 2 independent spaces, he took out an item each. It was not precious, but it was something they carried with them, containing their breath. Suyu stretched out his left palm, and the emerald dragon in his palm exuded a dim brilliance. "Resurrection," Suyu whispered softly. Under the palm of his hand, a trace of soul fragments continued to gather, and a trace of flesh and blood continued to condense. When the 2 merged, it gradually formed a human figure. After 3 breaths, the black and white dust fairies, who were burned into nothingness, reappeared in front of him. Not only did they breathe smoothly, but their faces were ruddy, and even the accumulated injuries had dissipated. The internal injuries caused by the battle against the glittering jewel mortal fairy were swept away by the injuries left by the Central Prefecture's king. The eyelids of the 2 moved, and gradually opened their eyes, and their eyes were blank. "I am not dead yet," the white dust fairy murmured blankly, and the black dust fairy could not understand. Until a gentle voice penetrated into the ears. "This is all I can do. I will leave now. You 2 should quickly catch up with your people." When they looked up, they could only see Suyu's back. "Did you save us?" The black and white dust fairies were shocked. They could vaguely feel that they seemed to have experienced a rebirth, and their bodies were refreshed. Looking at their storage space, except for the loss of 2 items of average value, there was nothing missing. In an instant, they realized that they might have misunderstood Suyu. "Wait." The white dust fairy called Suyu. "We will help you through the 39 tribulations." Suyu said without looking back, "I appreciate the kindness of the 2 seniors, but I don't want you to make unnecessary sacrifices. If you really want to repay me, well, the ghost race is surging in the world, and the harm is no less than that of the Central Prefecture's king. I hope you can be on guard against this. The ghost race, you don't need to say it, our state's king will deal with it, but you alone, how can you deal with the Central Prefecture's king?" The black dust fairy stared at Suyu and felt that Suyu, who was only in the realm of fairy, was unusually tall. "I have my own way. You should catch up with the people and appease them." After Suyu finished, he flashed into the belly of the 5 Elements mountain. The black and white dust fairies were surprised, knowing that the 5 Elements mountain was a dead end. Why did he still go in? However, the powerful breath of the Central Prefecture's king was rushing over. The 2's expressions changed, and they regretfully looked at the 5 Elements mountain and stomped away. Swish, after they left, the Central Prefecture's king appeared and looked puzzled. They can survive under the divine fire, which is unexpected. Well, it must be some kind of escape plan. For their life and death, the Central Prefecture's king does not care. What he cares about is Suyu's life and death. With a cold glance, the Central Prefecture's king looked at the belly of the 5 Elements mountain and said lightly, "It's really desperate," and they actually went inside. The luxurious royal robe fluttered, and the Central Prefecture's king came to the cave. Along the way, he could clearly perceive the breath left by Suyu, and even he could perceive the depths of the mountain, Suyu's active vitality. The Central Prefecture's king was indifferent, and he continued to go deeper and deeper. The power of the 5 elements was nothing to him. It was not until he reached the depths that he finally used the power of the Dust Fairy. When he came to the end that the Dust Fairy could reach, he saw Suyu. Suyu turned his back to the barrier and looked at the youth in the royal robe in front of him. Since Suyu came to the Jojo continent, they were destined to fight to the death. However, this was the first time they really faced each other. Suyu looked at him, and he was also looking at Suyu, looking down on him. "We finally meet, Inu, Suyuxian, Suyu," the Central Prefecture's king said indifferently, and there was no emotion on his face. Suyu said lightly, "Well, we finally meet, the good apprentice of Shinichen." The Central Prefecture's king's face was still indifferent, and he didn't care about being known by others. He was stubborn, and he deserved to die. The Central Prefecture's king shook his head indifferently, and there was no regret on his face. "If I can do it again, I will still kill him without hesitation, just like I killed you without hesitation today." A sharp light shot out from his pupils, and in an instant, the space around Suyu was locked. Before waiting for him to take action, a huge palm appeared in the sky, gently brushed by, and Suyu's space shackles were broken. The peak of the pure divine decree, not bad. The Central Prefecture's king shook his head indifferently. "Unfortunately, it still can't change your fate." With his black hair flying gently, the Central Prefecture's king was surrounded by a powerful aura, and a group of golden flames slowly overflowed from his body. "The divine nine-dragon cauldron, you don't deserve it. Give it to me, and you can use its true brilliance." The Central Prefecture's king looked at Suyu indifferently, and the overflowing divine flames turned into sharp arrows, shooting at Suyu. Chapter 1106. "Time freeze," Suyu said softly. The purple dragon entangled the Central Prefecture's king invisibly. However, the Central Prefecture's king reached out a finger without any hindrance, and a trace of divine fire came out. With pity and indifference, he said, "The 9 heaven-defying rules of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, you have only mastered a little bit." With a flip of his palm, the purple dragon entangled the Central Prefecture's king was forcibly broken and bounced back. Time freeze was ineffective. "Space vortex," Suyu said again. The Central Prefecture's king shook his head and did not look at it. He slapped the vortex behind him with a backhand. "I said, you have only mastered a little bit. The divine nine-dragon cauldron in your hands is equivalent to a reckless waste of natural resources." In the face of the approaching divine fire, Suyu's left and right eyes rotated 3 colors at the same time. Red, purple, white. "So, what about this trick?" Suyu's eyes were blurred, shaped like a rainbow, extraordinarily magnificent, alternate time and space. Time, space, soul, 3 kinds of power merged into one, turned into a 3-color chain, like the rules of heaven and earth, and surrounded the Central Prefecture's king. The indifferent expression of the Central Prefecture's king finally showed a hint of surprise, and a hint of indistinct anxiety appeared on his face. This trick was created by Suyu by imitating the day when the divine nine-dragon cauldron descended and sealed the evil god. This seal, at the same time, sealed time, space, and soul, was equivalent to banishing in the space and time, even the thinking was banished. "Break," the Central Prefecture's king whispered, trying to break the alternate time and space, but only a crack was left. Even so, the mortal fairy's strength that leaked out from the cracks caused Suyu's physical body, who was close at hand, to crack. Numerous hideous cracks appeared on his body, and his physical body was almost destroyed. The two of them were not at the same level before. Even though the Central Prefecture's king had great power, he could not break away and fell into the alternate time and space, unable to move. "Only a breath of time," Suyu said secretly. It was very difficult for Suyu to control 3 kinds of power at the same time, and he could only seal it for a breath of time. 3 suns sword formation. He shouted without thinking, and the 3 heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords that had been prepared appeared through the void. The 3 swords turned into 3 streams of light and pierced through the Central Prefecture's king's body several times in a short period of time. 6 bloody holes were left on his body. The power of the different time and space dissipated, and the Central Prefecture's king seemed to have lost a breath of time and space. In one breath, he only saw that he was sealed, and in the next breath, there were 6 more bloody holes on his body. The silver sword chi in the bloody hole was invincible and quickly entered his body. However, the first reaction of the Central Prefecture's king was not to get rid of the sword energy, but to attack Suyu without any hesitation. This palm contained the strength of a peak mortal fairy. In this world, apart from the glittering jewel mortal fairy, no one could resist it. He was fast, but someone was faster. 5 elements divine prison. A small 5-colored tower flew out of Suyu's chest and teleported to the head of the Central Prefecture's king. From the bottom of the pagoda, a 5-colored radiance was set up, containing the extremely powerful power of the 5 elements. Its power was very similar to the isolating barrier behind Su Yu. Both of them were the ultimate power of the 5 elements that mortal fairies couldn't break. The Central Prefecture's king had no choice but to withdraw his palm. He patted the top of his head and asked coldly, "What is this?" He wanted to break the shackles of the power of the 5 elements, but the strength of the power of the 5 elements was extremely amazing. The Central Prefecture's king felt that his body was pressed by something and gradually lost the power to resist. At the same time, the 5 elements' divine prison continued to expand until it was 3 feet in size. It slowly fell on the head of the Central Prefecture's king. With the power of the 5 elements' divine prison, it should have pressed the enemy to the ground and made him unable to move. However, the Central Prefecture's king didn't even frown, and his body was motionless. Even though the power of the 5 elements' divine prison was unparalleled, it couldn't do anything to the Central Prefecture's king. A black-green water dragon poked his head out of the 5 elements' divine prison, and his face changed dramatically. "Boy, he is strange. I am afraid the 5 elements' divine prison can't hold him for too long. He can't move now. You should find a way to get rid of him." Su Yu's eyes were fierce, and he shouted softly. A dark sun appeared in each of his palms, exuding the breath of the tribulation of Thunder Feather. His palms were like dragons, and they were printed on the chest of the Central Prefecture's king. The royal robe on his body was turned into ashes by the tribulation thunder. However, the body of the Central Prefecture's king that was exposed surprised Su Yu. Below the neck of the Central Prefecture's king, where was the human body? It was clearly the body of the demon race. "You are not a human race." Su Yu was shocked. This was not the appearance of the human race transformed into the appearance of the demon race, but born this way. The secret that Shunichen and Linlang didn't know has finally been discovered. The Central Prefecture's king said indifferently, "I am the descendant of the human god and the demon god, and I am the descendant of the gods. The breath of the tribulation of Thunder Feather can't kill me." The breath of the tribulation of Thunder Feather that Su Yu printed on his chest really couldn't shake his body. The descendant of the gods. Su Yu was shocked. How could he not know that if the descendants of the gods became gods, they must go through the real 39 tribulations and accept the baptism of the divine tribulation? Staring at the faintly discernible divine fire in his pores, Su Yu had a thought that even he could not believe. Could it be that he had tried to break through the realm of the gods? "Even if I failed to break through the gods, you still can't kill me." The Central Prefecture's king indifferently said more amazing news. He really tried to cross the divine tribulation, even if he failed. It was no wonder that he had the divine fire and could survive the divine tribulation. Even if he failed, he could get the corresponding benefits. The control of the divine fire was the benefit of the Central Prefecture's king. "Give me the divine 9-dragon cauldron, so that I can make up for the sequelae of the failure of crossing the tribulations and re-attack the god position. So, you deserve to die." The Central Prefecture's king looked at Su Yu and said indifferently. Su Yu's scalp was numb. The enemy he faced was only 1 step away from achieving the god position. With a low shout, Su Yu used all the skills he had learned in his life. However, no matter what kind of moves fell on the body of the descendant of the Central Prefecture's king, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. After half an hour, the Central Prefecture's king was unscathed, but his eyes became colder and colder. "You have half a day. After half a day, I will take your life and take back the divine 9-dragon cauldron." After saying that, he simply closed his eyes and silently waited for the time when the 5 elements' divine prison could not suppress him. Su Yu stopped and no longer attacked fearlessly. The gap between the two could not be made up by ordinary methods. There was only one way to go about it. Taking a breath, Su Yu solemnly took out an ancient silver longbow, carved with flying dragons and the sun and moon. The material was extremely ordinary. The lowest level of martial artists in the Jojo continent would be dismissive of this silver bow. However, after taking out this bow, the Central Prefecture's king, who closed his eyes, seemed to notice something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked horrified. His pupils were constantly flickering, with panic, shock, and even deep fear. Staring at the silver bow for a long time, the indifferent face of the Central Prefecture's king had a more gloomy color. He really gave the celestial destroying arrow to you. No wonder for so many years, I have searched all over the Central Prefecture, but I have not found this arrow. It turned out that it was taken away by him. Celestial destroying arrow? Suyu clenched his 5 fingers, and the silver bow could not withstand the huge force and was broken. As the fragments peeled off, there was only a feather arrow shining with golden light in Suyu's palm. The material was neither gold nor wood. The texture was smooth and gentle, exuding a faint golden light. In the arrow, there is a will of destruction. Suyu just touched it with his palm, and the will of destruction rushed into the soul along the palm. The royal power cloak was vulnerable and turned into pieces. The will of destruction went straight to the depths of the soul, trying to destroy the soul. When Suyu realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Dong, fortunately, with a muffled sound, the divine 9-dragon cauldron blocked the invading will of destruction. Suyu's face was pale, and he immediately put down the golden arrow in his palm. It is worthy of the divine 9-dragon cauldron, which can easily block the will of destruction of the celestial destroying arrow. The Central Prefecture's king seemed to have expected it and said lightly. Suyu was shocked. The celestial destroying arrow was not an arrow that he could hold. How could he exert its power? It could be seen that the Central Prefecture's king was extremely afraid of this arrow, but he was not afraid of Suyu mastering this arrow. Shun Ichen pinned the hope of revenge on you. It is a pity that you and I met too early. If you have the realm of the Peak Dust Fairy, I may have to flee. As for now, you can't even hold the arrow. The Central Prefecture's king said with a faint smile, I got the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the celestial destroying arrow. If I don't get these 2 things now, won't I be disappointed? Human. Demon. Change. The suppressed Central Prefecture's king suddenly whispered, and his whole body swelled rapidly from the length of a normal human being. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. When he reached the top of the cave, he could no longer expand, and his body reached a height of 1,000 feet. In front of him, Suyu was as small as a real ant. The 5-element divine prison that was suppressing him was like a grain of sand, on the verge of collapse. No, he reversed his meridians and transformed into a demon body, and his power soared. I can't suppress him anymore. Run away. The black-green water dragon's face changed dramatically. As a demon god, it naturally knew the existence of the descendants of the human god and the demon god. It was said that the descendants of the human god and the demon god were born to be able to change between human and demon. Every time they changed, their power would increase. Although the price was not small, more than 1/3 of their lifespan would be sacrificed, it was the supreme way to save their lives in a critical moment. Hearing this, Suyu was also nervous. Still want to leave? Where can you go? The Central Prefecture's king's body shook violently, and the 5 elements divine prison above his head was finally shaken and fell near Suyu. At this moment, behind Suyu was the barrier that the Central Prefecture's king did not dare to cross, and in front of him was the giant incarnation of the demon god. He seemed to have entered a dead end and became a turtle in a jar. Divine 9-dragon cauldron, give it to me. The Central Prefecture's king was indifferent, and his huge palm was like a mountain upside down. The space around Suyu collapsed, and he was like a small boat in a tsunami, which could capsize at any time and be buried in the turbulence of space. Brat, you've harmed this god. The black-green water dragon was furious. When Suyu escaped here, he felt something was wrong, and the result was just as he expected. Shut up. Block this blow. Suyu was calm, and he turned to stare at the barrier behind him. His eyes crossed the barrier and stared at the deepest part of the dark area. Gang Daily, I hope your appearance is not accidental, Suyu murmured. I also hope that my guess is not wrong. Time acceleration. Suyu suddenly roared, and under the boiling of his blood, he accelerated the time. His figure suddenly became blurred, and he rushed to the barrier in front of him. Chapter 1107. You are courting death. The power of the 5 elements inside is enough to suppress the gods. What's the use of being fast? No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than God? The black-green water dragon was anxious. In his opinion, Su Yu was desperate and wanted to break into the belly of the Five Elements Mountain. He knew the power of the Five Elements Mountain very well. If he went one step further, it would be impossible for the creatures of the mortal world to set foot in. While roaring, the black-green water dragon controlled the Five Elements' divine prison to resist the palm that was pressing down rapidly. Su Yu said calmly, "Speed only saves time. If I want to enter the belly of the mountain, I need to find another way." Above the sky, a huge round eye appeared, covering a radius of 100,000 miles. From the huge eye, infinite purple light shot out, covering the whole Five Elements Mountain tightly. Time freeze. The giant eye integrated by the divine path could launch another time freeze. This time, the target was the whole Five Elements Mountain. In an instant, the power of the Five Elements flowing in the Five Elements Mountain was frozen by the power of time and stopped flowing. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He held the Five Elements' divine prison in his left hand and the celestial destroying arrow in his right hand. At the moment when the giant palm was about to grab him, he quickly stepped forward. Sure enough, the power of the Five Elements stopped flowing. Su Yu stepped into the depths, and the power of the Five Elements couldn't fall on Su Yu. The black-green water dragon was anxious. "Silly boy, run out of the cave. What can you do if you go deep into the cave? When the power of time is gone, you will still die." Su Yu was a little nervous, but his mind was very clear. Running out of the cave is the real dead end. I can't outrun the Central Prefecture's king. In the cave, if I guess right, there should be a glimmer of hope. Swish, with 10 times the speed, Su Yu almost teleported. When the power of the Five Elements was frozen, he quickly entered the deepest part of the dark cave. 3 breaths. Su Yu stopped in the deepest part of the cave. It was dark here, and there was only a bright formation, which was constantly flashing. Seeing the formation, the black-green water dragon couldn't help but be overjoyed. The divine level transmission formation? How is this possible? There were only 9 divine level transmission formations in the 9 prefectures, which connected the 9 prefectures of the continent. But who could have predicted that there was a 10th divine level teleportation portal hidden in the Five Elements Mountain? Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a gratified smile. My guess was right. There must be a transportation portal in the deepest part of the mountain. Otherwise, there is no other explanation for Gang Daly's skeleton appearing in the deepest part of the Five Elements Mountain, where even mortal fairies cannot enter. There must be a passageway connecting to the outside world in the deepest part of the mountain. When Su Yu saw Gang Daly, he already had such a guess. Now that he had taken the risk, he was right to test it out. Without another word, Su Yu jumped onto the divine level transportation portal, placed a few crystals, and immediately activated the portal. This divine level transportation portal was a fixed transportation portal that could only transport people to one place. As for where it was, Su Yu couldn't predict. After everything was done, there were still 3 breaths left. It was just about time for the array formation to finish activating. Looking out again, Su Yu could see the Central Prefecture's king in the darkness, but he couldn't see the details of the depths of the cave. The Central Prefecture's king stood in front of the barrier and hesitated. He didn't dare to step in for fear that it was a trap set by Su Yu. Su Yu calmed down a little. There were only 2 breaths left. Even if the Central Prefecture's king reacted, it would be too late. It was only then that Su Yu started to size up his surroundings. He really did discover some unusual objects. In the corner, there was a snow-white skeleton sitting cross-legged. It was not a human, but a flood dragon. Its lower limbs were sitting cross-legged like a human, and its upper limbs were making seals. A long flood dragon tail was wrapped around its waist. From the skeleton, Su Yu sensed the remnant aura of a deity. Just by looking at it, Su Yu had the urge to worship it. Another skeleton of a demon god. Su Yu's eyes dimmed. A demon god was killed under the Five Elements Mountain, and there was another one in the Five Elements Mountain. He glanced at the Five Elements divine prison quietly and found that the black-green flood dragon had returned to the tower. A glimmer of light flashed quietly. After 2 breaths, the divine level transportation portal was activated. Huge space fluctuations radiated. The Central Prefecture's king, who was standing outside the barrier, noticed it and was about to rush into the depths of the mountain immediately. At the same time, the enormous power of 5 elements started to flow again, which forced the Central Prefecture's king, who was half a step away. With a groan, the Central Prefecture's king was slightly injured. Annoyed, he didn't expect there was a divine-level transportation portal in the belly of the 5 elements mountain. The prey that was already in his grasp had actually escaped just like that. Fine, let's see where you can escape to. The Central Prefecture's king was determined to get it. In the Huitian Prefecture, Dongfang Yu was randomly transported to the space above a super transportation portal in a prosperous city in this prefecture. Such a huge space fluctuation would definitely attract strong people. She had been prepared for that. However, the strong person who attracted this time was a little special. It was an old man in white. Dongfang Yu recognized him and couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "Are you the former region master of the Heavenly Knife region?" As the direct descendant of the great Oriental family, Dongfang Yu knew much more about the continent than ordinary people. She even knew the information of a faction leader, let alone a region master. Dongfang Yu recognized the old man in front of her was the former region master of the Heavenly Knife region. However, why did the region master of the Central Prefecture appear in the Huitian Prefecture? Oh! A descendant of the demonic god with a bloodline purity of level 2? What an unexpected discovery. The old region master touched his chin and saw through Dongfang Yu's bloodline. Dongfang Yu was shocked. In the Jojo continent, there were people who knew the great Oriental family was the descendant of the demonic god. However, only the 2 patriarchs knew about the bloodline purity of the demonic god. What was wrong with the old region master? "Senior, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'm leaving now." Dongfang Yu knew something was wrong. She pretended to be calm and was about to leave. However, as soon as she moved, she was bound by the power of space. The cold voice of the old region master came into her ears. "Demonic god Desire Sin, do you want to escape? I'm going to kill you." Dongfang Yu was surprised. Killing demonic god Desire Sin? Does the region master of the Central Prefecture have such a strange responsibility? Dongfang Yu sensed the old region master's killing intent. "Tell me, how many of you are left? Where are you? Don't force me to torture you," the old region master shouted. Dongfang Yu was very intelligent. She answered smoothly, "Senior, please calm down. My clansmen have escaped to the Central Prefecture." "The Central Prefecture? Where I came from?" the old region master murmured. After a while, he nodded his head. "Okay, lead the way. I can't catch that cunning female demonic god, but I can catch you demonic god Desire Sin, which is not a total loss." There were 2 reasons why Dongfang Yu led him to the Central Prefecture. First, the people of the Dongfang clan had been transported to this place. If she didn't lead him away, who could defeat him? Second, the Central Prefecture city was occupied by the Ghost clan. It was a good idea to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. "Okay, lead the way," the old region master shouted coldly. After an hour of dizziness, Su Yu finally crossed several prefectures and was transported to a place by the divine-level transportation device. Su Yu sensed around and was surprised. "Is this the Central Prefecture?" With a thought, he opened his eyes and looked around. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a city that was not very grand. It was just a small city in the Jojo continent. However, Su Yu was excited by the aura coming from the city. The creatures of the Zhenlong continent. Su Yu took a deep breath with excitement in his eyes. The appearance of Gang Daily was not a coincidence. Did he lead us to this place by using the transportation device? Su Yu confirmed his speculation. Looking at the city in front of him that was brimming with life, Su Yu's heart, which had been hanging in the air all this while, finally relaxed a little. It seemed the creatures of the Jojo continent were not in danger. But why did Gang Daily lose his body? When he arrived at the foot of the city, Su Yu didn't dare to enter the city. He was not ready to meet the people of the Zhenlong continent yet. Maybe it was called the feeling of homesickness. "Who are you? Why are you lingering in the Zhenlong city?" A strong general at the fairy realm shouted as he stood on the city wall. Suyu looked up and found this man was quite strange. However, he had the unique aura of the Zhonlong continent. I haven't seen him for several years. Does it mean a new fairy realm expert has appeared? I am. When Suyu was about to speak, the general changed his expression abruptly. A grade 9 fairy. Oh, no. Inform Vice City Master Ju. Maybe the Biming City didn't give up and sent more experts to attack us. After saying that, the general crushed a jade pendant for messaging. Several fairy realm experts flew out of the city wall and stared at Suyu as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Suyu was a bit embarrassed. Did no one recognize him after he left the city for such a long time? Moreover, Elder Ju became the Vice City Master. Heh. Will he still drink wine like before? Who dares to behave atrociously in the Zhonlong city? Along with a stern shout, an old man in a Taoist robe rushed over as fast as lightning. His strong smell of alcohol could be smelled even from several miles away. However, when the old man approached Suyu and stared at the intruder, he was stunned a bit. Then, he laughed angrily. Does Biming City think I am a fool? Elder Ju was not happy to see Suyu. Instead, he became more angry and started to attack Suyu angrily. Suyu was speechless. What's going on? Suyu was quite surprised to see Elder Ju had reached the peak of the grade 9 fairy realm after several years. Facing the incoming attack, Suyu casually extended his palm and suppressed the vital energy erupting from his whole body back into his body. He then placed his palm on his shoulder and said with a bitter smile, "It's me, Suyu." Elder Ju changed his expression greatly. Then, he shouted angrily, "Oh, no. Inform the city master. This man is an almighty divine master." What? An almighty divine master? The soldiers on the city wall turned pale immediately. Then, they tried to inform the city master again. Blue veins were bulging on Suyu's forehead. "Elder Ju, it's me. Are you crazy?" To his surprise, Elder Ju scolded Suyu loudly with the smell of alcohol in his mouth. "I know it's you, the city master of the Biming City. Why did you use the same trick again?" Using the same trick again? Suyu was surprised. Then, he looked at the city wall and sensed a familiar aura rushing over. Chapter 1108. Gradually, his anxiety was replaced by ecstasy. Then, he flew down and said in surprise, "Suyu, you really came back." Elder Ju was stunned. Then, he said suspiciously, "King of Darkness, don't be fooled. The city master of Biming City is proficient in disguise. He can even imitate the aura of others." The black-robed man was the King of Darkness. He stared at Suyu excitedly and said, "No, the aura can be imitated, but the celestial destroying arrow given to him by Lord Shinichen can't be fake. He is Suyu. Suyu is back." Elder Ju's face froze. Then, he stared at Suyu with his eyes wide open and his lips trembled. "Are you really Suyu?" Suyu let go of him and said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect to be treated as an enemy by you." Elder Ju was ecstatic. Then, he hugged Suyu and said with tears in his eyes, "Little brat, it's really you. I missed you so much. You missed my baby, right? Nonsense. You and I are like old friends. I was so worried about you. Then, where are you touching?" Elder Ju withdrew his hand, which was stroking Suyu's waist. He had intended to take a storage bag or something, but he had been seen through by Suyu. Elder Ju laughed dryly, revealing his yellow teeth. Suyu knew it was a joke between him and Elder Ju. So, he felt very close to him. Suyu felt a sense of security which he hadn't felt for a long time. Looking at Elder Ju and the King of Darkness, Suyu said with a smile, "I am back." The word "come back" made the two of them beam with joy. Their gloomy and sorrowful faces were filled with joy. "It's great that you are back." Elder Ju's eyes became wet as if he was looking at his own child. Then, he touched Suyu's head with his old hand. Suyu didn't dodge. Instead, he looked up and asked, "Elder Ju, where is Daily? Why can't I sense his aura?" Hearing that, Elder Ju and the King of Darkness were stunned. Then, their joyful expressions were replaced by anger and sadness. "Daily, Elder Ju said in a trembling voice as he struggled with his hands and palms, "He is dead." Su Yu's eyes were calm. He was really dead. The seemingly honest but cunning young man. How did he die? Su Yu clenched his fists. Elder Ju looked at Su Yu and hesitated. The King of Darkness also avoided Su Yu's gaze. Is it because of me? Su Yu asked. The King of Darkness sighed. Yes. Ever since we moved here, we have been recuperating. With the resources you sent over and the abundant spiritual qi in the 9 states, everyone's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. However, there are conflicts everywhere in Jianghu. As outsiders, we have opened up a city here and occupied the resources, so it is inevitable that we will have conflicts with the surrounding forces. The Baiming city is one of the most violent. The Baiming city gathered the experts in the city many times to attack the Zhenlong city. Although the Zhenlong city was slightly weaker, we were united after the destruction of the Zhenlong continent. They couldn't do anything to us. Half a year ago, you came back suddenly. The whole city celebrated and led us to attack the Baiming city. In the end, of course, that Su Yu suddenly betrayed them and led them into a trap that had been set long ago. We suffered a great loss in that battle. Many of our old friends were killed in it. The undead Phoenix Master Qiu Ningxue, the Heavenly Law Alliance Master Long Juexin, the Equipment Forging Master Lin Yunhe, and the Phoenix Cabinet Master all died in that battle. Daily was killed in that battle. Su Yu's heart missed a beat when he heard the Phoenix Cabinet Master, the woman who had slept with him, was killed in that battle. Who else died? Su Yu asked seriously. The King of Darkness said shamefully, Zi Donglai also died. His daughter, Zi Yunxiang, was ambushed and killed. An Yuro and her apprentice, even they, An Yuro and Mo Wu were both women who had slept with Su Yu. How could they be separated from each other in just a few years? Although Su Yu felt guilty, he was quite calm. Then, he said in a low voice, did they leave anything that was contaminated by the aura of the Zhenlong continent? The King of Darkness and Elder Ju sensed Su Yu's anger. So, they also sighed in their hearts. More than half of his old friends in the Zhenlong continent were killed in that battle. How could he not be angry? Yes. They left in a hurry during that battle. They didn't have time to collect their belongings. All of those belongings were buried in the empty graves. Everyone has them. The King of Darkness said. Su Yu said by nodding his head slightly, tell them to take out those belongings. Death was not scary. What was scary was that no aura was left in this world. Elder Ju and Elder Ju were confused. However, they still followed Su Yu's order. How many experts are there in the Baiming city? Su Yu asked calmly. The King of Darkness said seriously, there are 80 experts who are above the almighty level. The most powerful one is the City Master, Bai Chonghuan, who is a level 8 almighty. Their overall strength is on par with our Zhenlong city. At least, they were on par with us half a year ago. Is there any obstacle for us to destroy the Baiming city? Su Yu asked another question. Destroy the city? The King of Darkness's heart skipped a beat. Then, he said bitterly, it's quite difficult. The city here is under the control of a local superfamily, which has an all-creation old monster. They won't stand by and watch the city being destroyed. Su Yu said coldly, the Baiming city has attacked Zhenlong city many times. Don't tell me they don't want to destroy this city. That's because we don't pay tribute to this family, the King of Darkness said with a wry smile. Every place had its own rules. In the territory of this family, they had to obey the rules of this place. What do you mean by paying tribute to them? Su Yu frowned. The King of Darkness was a sensible man. Why didn't he pay tribute to them in order to avoid unnecessary disasters? The King of Darkness said as he clenched his fists, they want to pay tribute to 1,000 young girls who are above the half-god realm, 300,000 crystals, and various materials every year. Our new city has just been established, so we don't have so many resources. Even if we do, we can't pay tribute to the people of the Zhenlong city who have been sacrificed in the past. Pay tribute to young girls? Does this family practice the yin-yang secret technique? Su Yu's eyes turned cold. The King of Darkness said, exactly. All the cities under our territory offer tribute to them on time. Only our Zhenlong city refuses to pay tribute to them. That's why we are in such a miserable situation. They only allow other cities to attack us. Once we try to fight back, we will be warned by the family immediately. Elder Ju and I tried to fight back. However, we were severely injured by them. We tried to move our city again. However, the result was the same. Once we tried to move our city, the family would stop us. They even threatened us that they would have the right to kill us if we moved our city. Hearing that, Suyu was quite calm. So, don't be impulsive. We have to lower our heads when we are under the eaves. We need to make a long-term plan, Elder Ju said sincerely after a deep sigh. Judging from their words, Suyu knew they were not familiar with the news of the continent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have worried about a small Biming city and a family. Suyu said by nodding his head, "Right. I am not an impulsive person. Don't worry." After saying that, Suyu waved his hand to summon Shengji from the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Elder Ju frowned when he saw Shengji, a little devil from the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. You are lucky to be taken in by Suyu. Otherwise, humph. Undoubtedly, if Suyu hadn't taken her in, she would have been killed by Elder Ju. Shengji sneered as she revealed a strand of the aura of a level 9 divine master. Otherwise what? The King of Darkness, who was standing beside her, changed his expression abruptly. Then, he stepped back with Elder Ju in terror as he said, "A level 9. Divine Master." Upon hearing this, Elder Ju's face was filled with shock. "You are a 9th grade almighty? This little devil was just a level 2 fairy. How could she become a level 9 divine master in such a short time? Suyu, get out of my way. This little devil is quite weird." Elder Ju realized Suyu was standing beside the little devil now. However, the next moment, Shengji rolled her eyes at them. Then, she bowed to Suyu and asked, "Master, what can I do for you?" Suyu said calmly, "Destroy the Biming city." Shengji replied without hesitation, "Yes, Master." Suyu raised his head and said as he looked at the King of Darkness, "You go with her. Kill all the people who attacked the Biming city, especially those who participated in the ambush. As for the rest of the people in the Biming city, I will spare their lives if they surrender to Zhenlong City." "What if they don't surrender?" Shengji asked excitedly. She hadn't seen blood for a long time. She hadn't used her full strength since she reached the level 9 Divine Master realm. Suyu said calmly, "Kill them all. Some of the people who didn't surrender must hate Zhenlong City. So, it was better to kill them for the long-term stability of Zhenlong City." At the same time, Suyu waved his hand again. Then, a silver puppet appeared. "Master, what can I do for you?" "Help Shengji to destroy the city. You don't need to attack her, you just need to make sure no one escapes." The silver puppet could transform into billions of blood threads, so it was quite easy for it to encircle a small city. "Yes, Master," the silver puppet said as he licked his lips. His body was broken by Suyu last time and hadn't recovered yet. Now, he could use this opportunity to heal his wounds by devouring the blood and flesh of some creatures. In addition, Suyu paused for a while. Then, he said coldly, "After destroying the city, you should go there alone." "Right, the King of Darkness will accompany you. There is a so-called family there. You can destroy it conveniently. There is an all-creation old monster in that family. Leave his soul here. You can devour his blood and flesh yourself." Hearing that, the silver puppet was overjoyed. Suyu had been controlling it intentionally to prevent it from devouring too much blood and flesh. Now, it was finally released. The King of Darkness and Old Wine were like ducks listening to thunder. They were stunned and didn't blink their eyes. Suyu kept mentioning the annihilation of cities and families. He seemed to be talking about something as trivial as this. However, when they heard it, it was earth-shattering. Suyu, what is the cultivation of that senior?" The King of Darkness stared at the silver puppet as he sensed an aura from the silver puppet. He had only sensed such an aura from one person, the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor, who had destroyed the Zhenlong continent in the past. At this moment, the Overlord's mood was like King Dog. Yesterday, I was like a little magpie and excitedly revealed my plan for the next few days. As a result, the entire book's comments were filled with boos, saying that I, the Overlord, was bragging and that my credibility was zero. There was even a tycoon who made a bet that he would tip me 300,000 for every 30 chapters. After I, the Overlord, finished reading the comments with a dark expression, his face instantly turned from a magpie to a black crow. Damn it. How bad is my image? Isn't it just 30 chapters? The Overlord was not motivated before, so he didn't try his best. If he really tried his best, 30 chapters would be nothing. Chapter 1109. All Creations Stage 3. You can't keep up with my needs anymore. Well, you will stay in the Zhenlong city as a guardian from now on, Suyu said calmly. The silver puppet replied, yes, master. He was quite satisfied with this decision. Without Suyu's restriction, he could devour anyone who dared to invade the Zhenlong city to strengthen himself. Third. All Creation Stage 3. The King of Darkness and Elder Ju's hearts shuddered, and their lips shivered. All right, go quickly and come back quickly. I won't be staying for long. Suyu waved his sleeves, and Sheng Ji and the silver puppet took the King of Darkness and left through the void. Elder Ju was dumbfounded as he looked at the pitch-black fissure, which was gradually closing up. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't calm his shock for a long time. Then, Suyu's words reached his ears. Take me to see my old friend. It was only then that Elder Ju came back to his senses, and he looked at Suyu with a completely different gaze. Now, his gaze was filled with reverence as he said cautiously, okay. The news of Suyu's return was undoubtedly a shocking piece of good news that shook the entire city. This time, with Elder Ju's guarantee, it was confirmed that it was indeed Suyu. This caused an even greater commotion, and all of the city's residents came to see him. They had received Suyu's favor and had come to Jojo from the Zhenlong continent. Not only had their lives been saved, but they had also come to such a vast and boundless world. Now that the spiritual pillar of the Zhenlong continent, the former true Dragon King, had returned, how could they not be excited? However, Suyu only showed his face once before leaving many people with deep regret. In a fragrant tea house, Suyu sat across from a few old acquaintances. Qin Jiuyang, Wu Aoyue, Princess Yunyang, and the Duke of Shenyu. They were all Suyu's old friends, and two of the women had even slept with Suyu for a night. Qin Jiuyang had experienced many things in the past, and he had matured a lot. His cultivation had also reached the level 8 fairy realm, and he had almost caught up with the Elder Ju. He was unique among the real dragons, and he could be considered an apex genius. At that moment, he was humbly asking Suyu for advice on his cultivation. Suyu patiently instructed them one by one. Wu Aoyue and Princess Yunyang looked at Suyu with different expressions. After not seeing him for so many years, he had matured and was no longer the youth of the past. As the years passed, the only thing left was the sorrow of parting. They were no longer as shy as they were back then. They had also learned to be calm, quietly and admiringly sizing up this man of their past. The mood in the room was different, but the atmosphere was harmonious. Young master, have you decided to stay in the Zhenlong continent? Wu Aoyue was the one who was most concerned about Shunga. She wanted to stay by Suyu's side so that she could make greater progress. It was as if he had been reborn. She regretted not following Suyu and escaping from the Central Prefecture's king's pursuit. I won't stay for long. Suyu could tell what she was thinking, so he declined politely. I have already left behind many resources. If they are used properly, it won't be a problem for those with exceptional talents to break through to the almighty level. With the resources in the glittering jewel wonderland, even 1% of it would be enough for the entire Zhenlong city to change dramatically. Moreover, he had left 1/10 of it for himself, which was a fortune that none of the region masters could compare with. You're leaving now? The one who spoke was Princess Yunyang. Without the halo of a young girl, she looked even more graceful and charming. She said softly, you must take care of yourself. After saying that, she stood up obediently and said goodbye to Suyu gracefully like a butterfly. Wu Aoyue also left. Now, only Suyu, Elder Ju, and the Duke of Shenyu were left in the room. Elder Ju, I was in the blessed and heavenly lands these years. I couldn't come here in person. I am sorry that you have suffered a lot. Su Yu said apologetically. If he had come here 1 year later, the Zhenlong city might have been destroyed by other forces. Don't say that. We all know you sent people to deliver resources to us. You still miss us. It's a pity that the messenger you sent was killed in the siege of the Baimian city. That's why we couldn't contact you earlier. Elder Zhu sighed. Su Yu understood now. Elder Liao also died. No wonder he didn't come back to contact Su Yu. Elder Liao found the Zhenlong city and brought Su Yu's resources, which was a great contribution. If his aura still exists in this world, Su Yu could also revive him. The resurrection technique could only be used once a day. It couldn't be used in a hurry. It's my selfishness that harmed you all. The Jojo continent is so vast. We can settle down anywhere. I have been here before. That's why I suggested you to settle down here. Otherwise, my compatriots in the Zhenlong city wouldn't have been bullied. Su Yu asked in surprise, You have been here before? Elder Zhu said, Yes. I was a guard of the central prefecture. I came to this city by accident while carrying out a mission. I found a baby in the ruins. I adopted the baby out of compassion. Since this was the baby's hometown, I didn't think too much about it and settled down here. However, this place is full of dangers and dangers. That's why we are here today. A baby. It should be gang daily. I didn't expect the Zhenlong city would settle down here for such a reason. Alas, I won't disturb your reunion. I am going to pack up the remains of those kings. Elder Zhu sighed. After seeing Elder Zhu off, Su Yu went back to the tea room and sat opposite the Duke of Shenyu. Father. Su Yu didn't say anything to the Duke of Shenyu. The Duke of Shenyu also stayed silent. He was waiting for Su Yu to speak. Hearing Su Yu call him father, the Duke of Shenyu was relieved. He looked at Su Yu with tears in his eyes and said, You are back. After so many years, the Duke of Shenyu looked much older. Half of his hair and beard were white. His back was also hunched. Su Yu was stunned. After a while, he asked, Where is Xiana? Why didn't I see her? The Duke of Shenyu sighed, Xiana lives alone outside the city. You should go and see her. Lives alone? Does she feel ashamed to meet the Zhenlong? Father, Su Yu said apologetically. The Duke of Shenyu interrupted him and sighed, we live for one lifetime. Even though the life of a martial artist is long, there is the possibility of dying at any time. As a man, you should be decisive. Do not leave a lifetime of regret for yourself and others. After saying that, the Duke of Shenyu stood up and left the tea room with a sigh. Su Yu was left alone. People live only one life. Su Yu couldn't help but think of the words of the alluring cabinet mistress. The life of a martial artist was like that of an ant in the mortal world. Nobody knew whether he would see a dead person or a grave in the next moment. Amidst the silence, Su Yu's eyes brightened a little. Yes, there were some things that needed to be decided. Half a day later. Whoosh. The void cracked. The silver puppet, Sheng Ji, and the King of Darkness returned. The silver puppet and Sheng Ji each carried a head in their hands. The latter was the head of the owner of the Baiming city. The former was the head of an all-creation old monster from a big family whose soul was sealed. The head of the owner of the Baiming city will be hung in the city for 3 days. The soul of this all-creation old monster will be kept under the city. When the Zhenlong city is willing to relocate, he will be released. Both of these actions were to deter the Avilders. Those who offended the Zhenlong city must be killed, no matter if they were divine masters or all-creation old monsters. Seeing this, the King of Darkness was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Su Yu's 2 slaves were so powerful that words couldn't describe them. This was especially true for the silver puppet. The ancestor of the Qin family, who was an all-creation's old monster, didn't even have time to face it before his body was shattered by the silver puppet. His soul didn't even have time to escape before it was captured and brought back. The King of Darkness couldn't forget that horrible figure. However, he soon realized that Su Yu's slaves were so powerful. How powerful was Su Yu himself? Lord Su, if you leave, can we use your name to deter our enemies? The King of Darkness asked expectantly. After thinking for a while, Su Yu replied with a sigh, Okay. I will announce to the world that the Zhenlong city is my hometown. Those who offend this city will be killed by me. At this moment, the voice of the evil god came into Su Yu's mind. Hey, little brat, you are being chased by the Central Prefecture's king. Aren't you afraid that he will threaten you with the Zhenlong city? The evil god reminded Su Yu. Su Yu replied, doesn't the Central Prefecture's king know nothing about the Zhenlong continent? I don't think so. The glittering jewel demonic god was far away in the blessed and heavenly lands. How could the Central Prefecture's king not know anything about it? After a while, Elder Ju brought the remains of the deceased to Su Yu. Sensing the auras of the Phoenix Cabinet Master, Zi Donglai and his daughter, An Yuro, Mo Wu, Lin Yunhe and Qiu Ningxue, Su Yu sighed in his heart. He felt sad and comforted at the same time. Their auras were still in this world. It wouldn't be difficult for him to resurrect one of them every day. When he glanced at the remains of Gang Daily, a piece of broken armor, Su Yu was confused again. After talking with him, he confirmed that Gang Daily had died. The life jade pendant left in the city was cracked, which indicated that his divine soul had been destroyed. However, Gang Daily's remains in the Five Elements Mountain could move by themselves, which didn't make sense. Su Yu had a vague feeling that Gang Daily's appearance was not that simple. There must be someone behind this. After getting those items, Su Yu knew it was time to bid farewell to the Zhenlong city. With the speed of the Central Prefecture's king, he would arrive there in half a day. He didn't want to attract the final battle here. Little White, if the city dies, the people die. If the city lives, the people will live. Su Yu turned around and said to the silver puppet. The silver puppet knelt down on one knee. Understood. After saying that, Su Yu looked at the King of Darkness and Elder Ju. I will try to resurrect the deceased. Don't be too sad. The Zhenlong city needs to be developed urgently. The residents of the city also need you to settle down. Now, it's up to you. You don't plan to stay here? The King of Darkness and Elder Ju were surprised. Su Yu said with a smile, if I live, I will come back. Take good care of the Zhenlong city. Goodbye. Su Yu took a step forward and disappeared from the Zhenlong city. Then, he arrived at a nameless green mountain outside the city. A thatched cottage was looming in the mountains. During the past half a day, Su Yu had asked around. Since the residents of the Jojo continent settled down here, Qinxiana moved to this mountain and stayed in seclusion all year round. She seldom went out. Even the Duke of Shenyu seldom saw her. Feeling guilty, Su Yu knocked on the door. The door was opened silently. Then, he saw the situation in the thatched cottage. Chapter 11:10. Brother Su Yu. Just as Su Yu was feeling bewildered, a crisp and melodious laughter came from behind him. Then, a pair of slender arms wrapped around his waist from behind. Su Yu's body shook. That voice belonged to Xiana. When he turned his head to take a look, he saw Xiana, who was dressed in colorful clothes. She raised her beautiful face and looked at Su Yu without blinking. Her eyes were filled with tears of excitement and joy. Xiana. Su Yu's throat seemed to be blocked by something. His heart was choked and he couldn't say a word. Silently turning around, Su Yu embraced the delicate and petite figure in front of him. After several years had passed, she had grown slightly taller, and her small head was now high enough to reach Su Yu's chin. Her body had also matured gradually, and the pair of soft and supple buns in front of her chest made it seem plump and smooth. Her legs had also become slender and tighter, which made her seem even more powerful. The greatest change was that the cute and charming little face of the past had become even more unique and exquisite, as if it was exquisitely carved. At first glance, it looked like a pure and hazy little fox immortal, and it was extremely lovable. However, a question flashed in Su Yu's mind. When did she become so powerful that she could evade my senses and appear behind me unknowingly and hug me? Su Yu's perception was amazing. The area within 30 feet of him was like a forbidden zone. It was impossible for someone to get within 30 feet of him without being detected unless they were mortal fairies. However, this thought disappeared in a flash. His cultivation had become stronger in the past few years. As a disciple of Yunyazi, he had the Death Phoenix constitution. How could it be strange for Xiana's cultivation to improve? He should be happy. His doubts disappeared. Su Yu hugged Xiana's petite body and stood in the yard, enjoying the warmth. Brother Su Yu, I miss you very much. I miss you very much. Xiana hugged Su Yu tightly as if she wanted to melt into Su Yu's body. She was afraid that Su Yu would run away again. Su Yu was filled with guilt. He recalled the words of the Duke of Shenyu and the alluring cabinet master. His heart shuddered. There were some things that needed to be decided early. Xiana, about Jingyu, I want to. Su Yu looked at Qin Xiana seriously and said with courage. Xiana put her finger on Su Yu's lips and said softly, now it belongs to you and me. I don't want to listen to anything else. Su Yu wanted to say something but hesitated. He sighed silently and hugged her delicate body tightly. The two of them embraced each other. Under the setting sun, under the blood-red dusk, they quietly stood on the mountain peak, letting the light mist brush over their bodies, letting the rosy clouds float over their heads. They only hugged like this for a long time. Heaven and earth were vast and vast, time and space were long. Their embrace seemed to last until the end of time, until the end of time, until the end of time, until the end of time. It was unknown when Xiana had closed her eyes in Su Yu's embrace, but after a short while, her snores, which sounded like that of a kitten, transmitted from her nose. It seemed that she hadn't slept so peacefully for a long time. Su Yu didn't disturb her. He carried her into the house and silently watched over her through the pitch-black night. He watched over her until the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds and landed on him. As he looked at Xiana, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, Su Yu gently put her down and raised his head to look at the sky. The Central Prefecture's king was about to arrive on the 8th day of the tribulation of people. Su Yu gently put down Xiana's hands, which were hugging him, and kissed her forehead. His eyes were filled with tenderness and apology as he said, I'm sorry, my dear Xiana. From now on, I won't be able to accompany you anymore, so I can only take advantage of your sleep to tell you what I didn't finish yesterday. Xiana, I love you as much as I love Jingyu. Su Yu said with courage. Could a person love two people at the same time? Yes, but was it fair to the two of them? No. When Su Yu felt that the only person he loved was Xia Jingyu, he discovered that he couldn't forget that delicate and pitiful little girl, who needed someone to protect her. He knew he couldn't forget her for the rest of his life. Because while he loved Xia Jingyu, his wife, who was his responsibility, had occupied his heart and his love. However, for the sake of fairness, he didn't want to admit his feelings. Now the tribulation of people was coming. Judging from the previous fight, it was impossible for Su Yu to escape. Before his death, Su Yu was enlightened by the Duke of Shenyu. Life has only one life, grass and trees have 3 autumns. I don't want to leave regrets for myself or others. Therefore, he wanted to tell Xiana that he also selfishly divided his love into 2 halves. However, he didn't have a chance to say it. Let Xiana sleep. Yesterday's embrace was just a dream. Let her wait for Su Yu's death in her dream. After saying his thoughts, Su Yu walked to the hut and looked at her deeply. Then, he walked out of the hut and looked at the sky. The aura of the Central Prefecture's king was approaching. It was time to leave. Su Yu didn't look back as he took a step forward. Instead, he flew away from Xiana. 2 hours passed. Su Yu didn't know where he was. This place was vast and barren. Standing in front of a long river, Su Yu wrapped the celestial destroying arrow with vital energy in his right hand. It seemed he was ready to fight with the Central Prefecture's king, even though it was a narrow escape. Crack. A deafening sound of space being torn apart echoed in Su Yu's ears. It was as if the world was being torn apart. In the crack, the aura of the Emperor rolled out. Let's end this boring chase. The figure of the Central Prefecture's king appeared and looked down at Su Yu indifferently. After being hindered for 5 days, the Central Prefecture's king chased Su Yu for 3 days. Really? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it already. Are you afraid of the celestial destroying arrow in my hand? Su Yu drew a bow with his left hand and wrapped the celestial destroying arrow with vital energy in his right hand. Then, he put the arrow on the string and aimed at the Central Prefecture's king. The indifferent face of the Central Prefecture's king changed slightly. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and his pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, even though Su Yu couldn't exert the full power of the celestial destroying arrow, it was still very threatening. Even if I am injured, I will kill you. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is the key for me to become a god. You have taken it from me for too long. The Central Prefecture's king was determined to get the cauldron even if he was injured by the celestial destroying arrow. The two of them confronted each other. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Su Yu. However, the Central Prefecture's king didn't attack Su Yu immediately because he didn't want to be injured by the celestial destroying arrow. Suddenly, Su Yu frowned. His face was gradually covered by a grey color. Blue veins stood out on his body and he couldn't help but show a painful expression on his face. The hand that was holding the celestial destroying arrow was trembling slightly. Looking down at his chest, Su Yu found a mass of grey air was flowing to his limbs and bones. Is this poison? Su Yu said painfully. However, his eyes were not surprised at all. Instead, he smiled a little bit of relief. He knew he had been poisoned. However, he pretended that he didn't know it and didn't use the Milky Way star sand to detoxify the poison. The only explanation was that he didn't want to detoxify the poison, because the person who poisoned him was willing to die in her hands. The indifferent face of the Central Prefecture's king showed a trace of approval. Then, he said to the person beside him, "Well done." Crack. A strand of space was cracked open. Then, a delicate figure walked out of the crack. She was wearing a colorful dress and was as pretty as a fairy fox. She was so lovely and beautiful. Who else could it be but Qin Xiana? However, compared to yesterday's gentleness, Xiana's expression was cold, and her eyes were dim and empty. Qin Xiana walked out and stood half a step behind the Central Prefecture's king respectfully. Then, she said indifferently, "It's my master's wise plan." The Central Prefecture's king said with a faint smile, "In this world, there are some people who are willing to die in the hands of their loved ones. You are one of them. Being loyal and affectionate is an advantage as well as a fatal weakness of human nature. I took her as my apprentice just in case you use the celestial destroying arrow again." Seeing Su Yu couldn't hold the celestial destroying arrow anymore, the Central Prefecture's king smiled as if he had everything under his control. He didn't destroy the Zhenlong city because he knew Su Yu would come to this city one day. The reason why he took Qin Xiana as his apprentice was also because he knew Su Yu would kill him willingly even though he knew Qin Xiana was going to kill him. Su Yu was the man who had lost a lot of money to Qin Xiana. As for whether Qin Xiana was willing to be used by Su Yu, the Central Prefecture's king found her and saw the unforgettable hatred in her eyes. He was sure that this girl would become a sharp blade to kill Su Yu. Now, as he expected, as Qin Xiana stared at Su Yu, who was gradually unable to hold on any longer, there was no longing in her eyes. Instead, there was only deep hatred in her eyes. Her expression was ice-cold as she asked, "Do you regret it? Do you want to abandon me and choose Xia Jingyu?" A bit of blood flowed out of Su Yu's mouth. The poison had started to take effect. He knew Qin Xiana had poisoned him when they hugged each other yesterday. Now that he was going to die, why didn't he die in her hands? Maybe Qin Xiana's hatred would be reduced in this way. "I regret it." Su Yu's voice started to tremble because of the poison. However, his tone was quite firm. "I regret that I didn't have the courage to face the two right people at the right time. I also regret that I hurt you and Jingyu." Qin Xiana was not moved by his words. Then, she stepped forward and shouted, "So, do you know you deserve to die?" Su Yu didn't say anything. The poison in his body was the clearest answer. So, he would rather die in Qin Xiana's hands. "Okay, Xiana, take away his celestial destroying arrow and leave the rest to me," the Central Prefecture's king ordered indifferently as if he was staring at a dead body. Before Su Yu died, the Central Prefecture's king didn't dare to touch the celestial destroying arrow. However, the Central Prefecture's king stopped talking suddenly. Then, he turned around and shouted, "What are you doing?" A pitch-black dagger was inserted into his waist. The hand that was holding the dagger was Qin Xiana, his apprentice. Qin Xiana said indifferently, "Of course, I am going to kill you to solve the human tribulation for my brother Su Yu. You betrayed your master. The Central Prefecture's king was annoyed. He didn't expect Qinxiana would betray him at the last moment. Qinxiana said calmly, like teacher, like disciple. I am learning from my master, right? Chapter 11:11. Then, the Central Prefecture's king said coldly, it's a pity that you are not my old self. It's too early for you to kill my master. Get lost. With a shake of his body, the majestic mortal fairy's strength rushed out in all directions. However, when it entered Qinxiana's body, it passed through her body directly as if it was hitting the air. Qinxiana was not hurt at all. Even Su Yu couldn't understand Qinxiana now. She could hug him from behind quietly and could even deal with the mortal fairy's strength easily. Qinxiana's hand left the dagger and said indifferently, after all, you have experienced the divine tribulation. As expected, the death dagger can't kill you. The dagger in the waist of the Central Prefecture's king was turned into a mass of grey airflow and poured into his body. Wherever the airflow passed through, the flesh and blood of the body would be killed immediately. If the airflow which contained the death chi flowed through the body, even the flesh and soul of the mortal fairy would be killed. However, the divine fire in the body of the Central Prefecture's king was the nemesis of the death chi, which resisted the airflow and burned it into ashes slowly. Damn Death Phoenix constitution. If I had known this, I wouldn't have guided you to activate the power of your bloodline. Although Qinxiana was right in front of him, the Central Prefecture's king didn't have time to kill her. Because he wanted to concentrate all the divine fire in his body to extinguish the death chi that had invaded his body. Qinxiana didn't say anything. Then, she inserted a pitch-black death dagger into the waist of the Central Prefecture's king indifferently. The Central Prefecture's king gritted his teeth angrily and said in a low voice, did you plan to kill me from the very beginning? Was your hatred for Su Yu just a disguise? Qinxiana withdrew her hand. She didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but her palm became transparent for a moment as if it had suddenly disappeared. Qinxiana nodded her head lightly and said, yes, only by gaining your trust can I attack you at a close distance and have a chance to solve the mortal tribulation of Brother Su Yu. Therefore, when you found me, I became your apprentice smoothly. The Central Prefecture's king was indescribably angry. He thought he had everything under control. However, he didn't expect that he would be tricked by this little girl. The hatred in her heart was so real that he couldn't help but doubt it. The only thing you miscalculated is that you can't kill me, the Central Prefecture's king sneered. Qinxiana revealed a pitiful expression and shook her head lightly. No, someone can kill you. Who? The Central Prefecture's king sneered. Celestial destroying arrow. Qinxiana looked at the golden arrow in Su Yu's hand. The Central Prefecture's king couldn't help but laugh out loud. Unless a peak mortal fairy is holding this arrow, the celestial destroying arrow can't be used at all. Let me ask you, in this world, apart from me, is there a second peak mortal fairy? Qinxiana replied, indeed, there isn't. However, I can create one. Made. The Central Prefecture's king sneered disdainfully. When Qinxiana held a lump of heart which emitted a cold aura in her hand, his face stiffened. Then, he became so furious that his whole body trembled with anger. What did you do to Hanxian? Nothing, I just did what you wanted to do. Qinxiana said calmly, you guided her to cultivate the Jade Maiden's heavenly frost art to the top level. Then, you took away her divine bloodline. The Central Prefecture's king's pupils contracted. Because of anger and shock, his face was distorted like a greedy rich man whose treasures were stolen. How do you know she has the divine bloodline? Her bloodline is very special. She shouldn't emit the aura of a descendant of a deity. Very special? Well, she is special indeed. The sleeping bloodline of the cultivation deity is as useful as elixirs for you to reach the level of a deity, Qinxiana said. The Central Prefecture's king's expression changed dramatically again. Then, he said gloomily, who told you that? The person who knew this is already dead. Qinxiana pointed at her ears. As the Death Phoenix body, you can hear the voices of all the dead souls in this world. Even if the living don't say anything, the dead will. The dead souls you killed just know it. She activated the Death Phoenix body and found out Hanchuan's secret by accident. Han Xian had the bloodline of a deity that even she didn't know about. It was the rare cultivation deity bloodline. The cultivation deity was also a kind of deity. By cultivating to the level of a deity, one's cultivation speed would be unparalleled by others. This kind of deity could improve very fast. As a descendant of a deity, once the cultivation deity bloodline was awakened, her cultivation speed would also be very fast. However, for some reason, the cultivation deity bloodline in Han Xian was sleeping. The sleeping bloodline was not awakened, so it was ownerless. Therefore, if an outsider obtained it and activated it, it would become the outsider's possession. Anyone who obtained such a special bloodline would obtain the benefit of the cultivation deity bloodline in a short period of time, a sharp increase in cultivation. Although it was only a temporary sharp increase, it was very significant for a peak mortal fairy like the Central Prefecture's king, who was about to reach the level of a deity. At least, it would increase his chances of reaching the level of a deity. If an outsider wanted to take out the sleeping bloodline, it would be difficult to use external force. Otherwise, it would disturb the bloodline and activate it, which would benefit Han Xian. However, the Jade Maiden Heavenly Frost Art was a vicious method that was specially created to seize the bloodline. If a person with the sleeping bloodline cultivated it to the top without knowing it, the cultivation deity bloodline in his body would be frozen, and then it would be taken away easily. The ice heart-shaped object in Qinxiana's palm was the cultivation deity bloodline that was taken out from Hanchuan's body. Are you going to swallow it yourself? The Central Prefecture's king's face was gloomy. His eyes were bloodshot, which was a sign that he was going to be demonized. Qinxiana shook her head. No. What? The Central Prefecture's king was a bit surprised. Qinxiana had made great efforts to become his disciple. Now, she finally seized the cultivation deity bloodline. She didn't want to give it to him. Qinxiana threw herself into Su Yu's arms like a baby swallow. She put her small palm on Su Yu's chest with distress on her face. The grey airflow in Su Yu's body was absorbed bit by bit. Brother Su Yu, I'm sorry. I didn't discuss it with you in advance to gain the Central Prefecture's king's trust. Qinxiana said anxiously like a child who had made a mistake. Su Yu smiled and touched her head. Then, he said with a sigh, silly girl, how could I not know that you did it on purpose? Qinxiana was stunned a bit. Then, she said in surprise, you knew I pretended to betray you? If you really wanted to kill me, you could have hugged me from behind. You could have killed me thousands of times. Why did you bother to poison me? Su Yu said with a smile. Qinxiana hugged Su Yu from behind silently. Then, she stabbed the death dagger into his waist easily. The Central Prefecture's king could resist the death dagger, but Su Yu couldn't. Therefore, when he found out Qinxiana poisoned him with the death dagger, he knew Qinxiana must have an ulterior motive. Therefore, he cooperated with Qinxiana to deceive the Central Prefecture's king. It turns out I was seen through by you, brother Su Yu. Qinxiana's face turned red. Then, she said angrily, then, why did you say those words? Humph. What words? He was willing to die in the hands of Qinxiana. When I heard your words, I almost cried. I was afraid you would believe me. How could I kill you, brother Su Yu? Qinxiana's big eyes were filled with tears of grievance. She was also scared by this dangerous move. Su Yu held her in his arms gently. My dear Qinxiana, you can deceive me, but I can't deceive you, right? Qinxiana said coquettishly with a red face, I don't care. Anyway, I was scared. Ha, ha, ha. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. When did Qinxiana learn to act coquettishly? You can punish me later. Now, let's deal with the situation in front of us first. Su Yu said seriously. Even if he was trapped, he couldn't hurt the Central Prefecture's king unless he had the celestial destroying arrow in his hand. Don't worry. If I give you the bloodline of the cultivation deity, even if you can't become a deity, you can reach the peak mortal fairy realm temporarily. Qinxiana handed the ice heart to Su Yu carefully. Lord Shinichen gave you the celestial destroying arrow because he hoped you could take revenge. Brother Su Yu, please don't refuse. Looking at Qinxiana in front of him, Suyu loved her even more. Every time they parted, Qinxiana would prepare a lot of things for him secretly. She didn't want to use them, so she hid them little by little and gave them to Suyu when they met again. There was no exception. This time, she had planned for half a year and seized the bloodline of the cultivation deity. She had been waiting for this day to come. Taking over the heart, Suyu said, "How did you know I had the celestial destroying arrow? Besides, Gang Daily appeared in the Five Elements Mountain because of your guidance, right? Could it be that you knew my every move? With the Death Phoenix body, it shouldn't be difficult for her to control a skeleton. That was why Gang Daily's skeleton could move even though his body and soul had been destroyed." Qinxiana nodded her head and said with bright eyes, "Sister Jingyu predicted this. She inherited the Path Divine Decree of Senior Tianjizi. Half a year ago, she predicted this situation and planned it in advance. I became the disciple of the Central Prefecture's king and took the opportunity to kill him. If I couldn't, I would take the bloodline of the cultivation deity. Sister Jingyu taught me this. She planned it half a year ago." Suyu couldn't help but be surprised. Xia Jingyu had practiced the Path Divine Decree to such an extent that she knew what would happen half a year later. Therefore, she could guide Suyu to this place in advance and seize the bloodline. Suddenly, Suyu remembered Yunyazi had said that the reason he could resolve the crisis of the human ordeal was related to the word phoenix. Qinxiana and Xia Jingyu didn't have the word phoenix in their names. However, Qinxiana had the Death Phoenix body and there was a phoenix mark on the back of her neck. Now, Qinxiana was the hope of resolving the human ordeal. Since half a year ago, the two women had been planning for Suyu. They only cherished him. What more could he ask for in this life with these two women? "How can I refine the bloodline?" Suyu asked. If he used the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, the effect would be reduced and the process would be very slow. Qinxiana said, "Swallow it directly. The Jade Maiden Heavenly Frost Art is a special method to seize the sleeping bloodline of the divine descendants. It has restrained the power of the divine blood. As long as you are in the fairy realm, you won't be harmed by it." Chapter 11-12. Suyu glanced at the Central Prefecture's king coldly. Under the Central Prefecture's furious gaze, Suyu opened his mouth and swallowed the whole heart. "Hey, Ant!" The Central Prefecture's king was furious. The bloodline of the cultivation deity that he had cultivated for more than 10 years had been taken away by Suyu. However, the Central Prefecture's king had to shut his mouth immediately. As soon as he was distracted, the two death daggers rushed into his body quickly. He had to concentrate on suppressing the death daggers. Suyu also closed his eyes slowly to digest the bloodline of the cultivation deity. Time passed little by little. Both the Central Prefecture's king and Suyu were racing against time. One was dissolving the death airflow in his body, and the other was refining the bloodline of the cultivation deity. The one who got the first opportunity would win. Qinxiana was getting nervous. Xia Jingyu could only predict the situation that led Suyu here. After that, she couldn't see the future because of the existence of the 39 ordeals. She couldn't predict whether Suyu would be dead or alive. They chose to fight with the Central Prefecture's king in this risky way. The result was unpredictable. Half a day passed. The Central Prefecture's king stabilized the death airflow and was gradually forcing it out of his body. The bloodline of the cultivation deity in Suyu's body also showed signs of merging with Suyu. The two of them were equally matched. It was impossible to determine who would take the first opportunity. Qinxiana leaned on Suyu's side and pressed her small hands on her chest. She looked at Suyu with firm eyes. Another half a day passed. The 9th day of the human tribulation, the last day. The Central Prefecture's king had forced out 30% of the death airflow. After forcing out another 30%, he could suppress the other 40% airflow with his cultivation. Suyu had also refined 30% of the bloodline of the cultivation deity. The bloodline of the cultivation deity had started to work. His cultivation of the grade 9 fairy was growing crazily like weeds. He had broken through the Almighty Realm and reached the grade 6 Almighty Realm. However, it was far from enough. If Suyu was given another half a day, it would be enough. Finally, half a day passed. There was only half a day left before the outbreak of the human tribulation. The Central Prefecture's king could barely move. He had forced out nearly 60% of the death airflow in his body. He would be able to kill Su Yu soon before the bloodline of the cultivation deity was completely merged. As for Su Yu, his cultivation had just skyrocketed to the level of all creations. He was still a whole level away from the peak of the mortal fairy. Qin Xiana clenched her teeth, held Su Yu's waist, and flew away. At the same time, she said to him through telepathy, "Brother Su Yu, you continue with the lotus, leave the rest to me. We still have a backup plan." An hour later, in front of Qin Xiana's thatched cottage. She raised her palm and shattered the thatched hut. Beneath the thatched hut was a transportation formation that had been prepared a long time ago. Moreover, it was an extremely rare super transportation formation that could allow one to travel across an entire province. Although Su Yu was cultivating, he was still aware of his surroundings, and he was shocked. How could the two of them set up a super teleportation array? In order to set up this array, not only did it require a spatial array master who was proficient in spatial calculations, but it also required a huge amount of resources. At the very least, it required the resources of a prefecture's king to set up a super teleportation array. Sister Jingyu and I discussed that if we fail, we can leave a way out. This teleportation array was set up by Sister Jingyu. She has read all the books on spatial arrays in the world, and after studying them for half a year, she has become a master of spatial arrays, Qin Xiana said enviously. Ha! Su Yu was relieved. As long as there was anything in this world that required comprehension, there was probably nothing that could stump her. But setting up a teleportation array requires a huge amount of resources, right? How did she get so many resources? Su Yu asked in surprise. Zhenlong City had almost lost its foothold. Where could she find so many resources? Qin Xiana said, "Isn't it simple? Just dismantle the legacy of the divine-level transportation formation. Back then, we decided to settle down here after discovering the ruins. Later on, we discovered that the ruins were actually a barren god-tier teleportation array. After Big Sister Jingyu's efforts, we managed to restore part of its functions, allowing us to teleport back and forth multiple times. Big Sister Jingyu used the remaining materials to build this super teleportation array." Su Yu was surprised. Who set up the divine-level transportation formation in the belly of the mountain and this place? What is the purpose of this teleportation array? Su Yu was quite confused when he thought of the skeleton of the ice frost dragon which had been lying in the belly of the mountain for many years. "Brother Su Yu, let's go. The Central Prefecture's king should be here soon." Qin Xiana led Su Yu out of the teleportation array and left this place. 1 hour later, the Central Prefecture's king arrived at this place slowly. Staring at the dim teleportation array, he was quite annoyed. The other teleportation array had been destroyed. Su Yu escaped again. "Ants. Traitor. I will make you beg for death." The Central Prefecture's king glanced at them coldly. Then, he turned around and looked at the Royal Beast Prefecture. This desolate prefecture had become a ghost town. Because of the sudden arrival of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, most of the families and sects didn't even have time to clear away their belongings. That was why many teleportation arrays could be preserved. Near the Holy Spirit Imperial Beast faction, a teleportation array hidden in an abandoned valley was lit up suddenly. Then, Qin Xiana walked out of it. She held Su Yu's waist with one hand and grabbed his arm with the other hand. Then, she helped Su Yu walk out of the teleportation array strenuously. "Brother Su Yu, don't worry. Just focus on refining it. I won't let you go unless I die." Qin Xiana wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead as she helped Su Yu up the Holy Spirit Imperial Beast School. After the incident of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, the Holy Spirit Imperial Beast faction had become a dead place. No one would come here except for ghosts. Qin Xiana supported Su Yu with difficulty and rushed to the teleportation array in the faction. Then, she said happily, "As expected, it is still the same as half a year ago. It is not seriously damaged. Half a year ago, when the glittering jewel mortal fairy was ravaging the Royal Beast Prefecture, she and Xia Jingyu came here at the most dangerous time and set up the teleportation array in the valley. Suyu was speechless, but his heart was full of warmth. Because of their clever arrangement, it was very convenient for him to use the abandoned teleportation array in this place. No one would stop him. If it were in other prefectures, no one would dare to disobey the central prefecture's king and allow Suyu to use the teleportation array. Xianxiana put Suyu down carefully. Then, she bent down to check the teleportation array. She said worriedly, "In theory, this super teleportation array can teleport us to any super teleportation array in the continent. However, because we are worried that the glittering jewel mortal fairy will use this teleportation array to reach their territory, most of the teleportation arrays on the other side have been closed. Now, there is only one place that we can go to, but we don't know where it leads to." After checking the teleportation array, Xianxiana sat beside Suyu. Then, she looked around nervously like a little white rabbit. All of a sudden, Suyu felt a sense of unease in his heart, and he said distractedly, "He's almost here." Originally, the journey would only take 1 hour. However, it took the central prefecture's king 4 hours. His strength was really suppressed by Suyu. Xianxiana had prepared for this. She helped Suyu up and put the crystals into the teleportation array. Then, they entered the teleportation array quickly. When the central prefecture's king arrived, they had already teleported away. However, as he stared at the teleportation array in the Holy Spirit Beast faction, the central prefecture's king said sarcastically, "Don't you know how the glittering jewel mortal fairy, who was besieged by the 5 prefectures' kings half a year ago, disappeared overnight?" Swish! He tore the void with one hand. His speed was dozens of times faster than before. His strength was recovering rapidly. Kai! With a dull sound, Xianxiana and Suyu appeared in a dark underground secret room. As soon as they got out of the room, they smelled a pungent smell. When they opened their eyes, they saw the corpses that had lost their hearts and souls were piled up like a mountain. Suyu's heart sank when he saw this. This is the underground of the central prefecture's palace. Isn't this the place where the glittering jewel mortal fairy is hiding? These corpses were enough to explain the situation. Hearing this, Xianxiana was also surprised. What? The central prefecture's palace? How could we be here? I was careless. Suyu's face darkened slightly. Who else dared to open the teleportation array to accommodate the glittering jewel mortal fairy except the central prefecture's king? The only place where the teleportation array was opened must be the central prefecture's palace. Then let's run away quickly. This is the nest of the central prefecture's king. Who knows how many experts are left here? Xianxiana was anxious. It didn't matter if she died, but she didn't want to implicate Suyu. Suyu waved his hand. It's too late. Let's try our best. If my guess is right, there should be a slim chance of survival. After saying that, Suyu refined the cultivation deity's bloodline in his body immediately. Now he had refined 80% of it. His cultivation had skyrocketed to the mortal fairy realm temporarily. However, there was still a long way to go before he reached the peak. He still needed 5.5 hours. Only 5.5 hours were left before the ordeal of human broke out. Whether he could survive the ordeal of human or not depended on the last 5.5 hours. Maybe it sensed Suyu's crisis. The divine 9-dragon cauldron also gushed out divine blood at this moment. With the help of the divine blood, Suyu's refining speed was increased by 10%. Suyu was delighted. In this way, he could save 10 minutes. Time passed bit by bit. 2 hours later, Suyu refined 90% of the bloodline. His cultivation had surpassed the second stage of mortal fairy. He was still 2 stages away from the peak. Another 2 hours later, Suyu refined 95% of the bloodline. His cultivation had reached the third stage of mortal fairy. Only 5% was left before he could completely integrate the cultivation deity's bloodline. However, it was too late. Although the divine 9-dragon cauldron kept pouring the divine blood, it still needed 10 minutes. Suyu could feel the anxiety in his heart. The central prefecture's king was coming. Was he going to fail on the verge of success? He just needed to complete it. When Suyu was feeling anxious, a lazy, strange laughter came from his mind. Hey, boy, you are going to die soon. Should I scatter flowers or scatter flowers? Oh, no, you are the most vicious guy. You won't let me out even if you die. In this way, won't I die with you? No, no. I can't die in such an unknown way. After saying that, Su Yu's eyes automatically showed reincarnation ripples. Strands of pure divine power flowed out of his eyes and merged into Su Yu's body. Suddenly, the speed of refining the cultivation deity's bloodline was more than 10 times faster. Is this the divine power of the evil god? Su Yu was secretly surprised. When did he recover so much that his divine power could penetrate the soul space? In other words, the soul space couldn't control this evil god at all. However, there was no time to think about it now. The Central Prefecture's king was coming. Chapter 11:13. This was because Su Yu could even hear the sound of his heart thumping wildly due to his uneasiness. The Central Prefecture's king was very close to this place. Clenching his teeth, Su Yu used the divine power of the evil god for one last gamble. His realm was skyrocketing, quickly reaching the critical point of the third stage of the mortal fairy realm, and he was rushing towards the last stage. Once he reached that level, he would be able to use the celestial vanquishing arrow. However, at this very moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the dark underground secret chamber. A man and a woman, whose whole bodies were shrouded in ghost energy, walked toward Su Yu with their hands clasped behind their backs. When he revealed his face, Su Yu's pupils contracted. Tian Renyao, Tian Yu. It's you guys. Su Yu was extremely shocked. The two of them could actually appear without a sound, without any aura fluctuations. What kind of cultivation level were they at? Tian Renyao was extraordinarily handsome and had a faint smile on his face. Tian Yu, on the other hand, glared at Su Yu with slight displeasure. Brother Su, how have you been? Tian Renyao was still smiling. When we parted ways in the Heavenly Knife region, do you remember what I said? Of course he remembered. The next time they met, they would be enemies. Su Yu's heart sank. How could he have forgotten that the Central Prefecture was now occupied by the Ghost Clan? The Ghost Clan was the ally of the Central Prefecture's king. 100 years ago, they plotted against Shinichen together. 100 years later, he made a comeback and conspired to conquer the 9 prefectures. You didn't even inform me in advance before cultivating in my territory. Brother Su, are you looking down on me? Tian Renyao said with a faint smile, but a dangerous light gradually appeared in his eyes. Tian Yu's pretty face gradually turned cold, and her killing intent appeared frequently. If you want to touch Brother Su Yu, you must first get past me. Qin Xiana shouted softly as she stood in front of Su Yu. At the most critical moment, 2 powerful enemies had actually appeared. Their bodies exuded an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. It wasn't all creations, it was an even more powerful force. Xian move aside. You're not their match. Su Yu sighed. If he was given half a cup of tea's time, he should be able to refine the last half of the cultivation deity's bloodline and improve his cultivation to the 4th stage of the mortal fairy. But now, it seemed that he had no choice but to stop. Because they are the ghost prison's great emperor, Su Yu said coldly. Tian Yu was taken aback. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Tian Renyao, on the other hand, was calm and unruffled. He only revealed a surprised expression. So Brother Su already guessed it. Xiana's eyes widened and she sucked in a breath of cold air. Ghost prison's great emperor? After coming to 9 regions for so long, how could she not know the name of the great emperor of Ghost Prison? Back then, he was second only to Shinichen. His martial prowess was unparalleled, and he unified the world of ghosts and souls. Ghost Prison's great emperor, Tian Renyao and Tian Yu smiled at the same time. The two of them gradually approached each other, and their bodies actually fused into one. The front was Tian Renyao, and the back was Tian Yu. The two of them were twins. I'm very curious. How did you guess my true identity? Tian Renyao and Tian Yu spoke at the same time. Their voices were a mixture of male and female voices, and it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female. Su Yu hurried to refine it as he asked, "Is it that hard to guess? Even an outstanding person like Bai Lingtian follows your lead. The entire ghost army of 9 regions also listens to your orders. Who else could you be except the ghost prison's great emperor? Secondly, you are a man, but you like men. Tian Yu is a woman, but she likes women. Yin and yang are mixed up, and there is no distinction between men and women. I happen to be well versed in many ancient books. I know that 100 years ago, the ghost prison's great emperor spoke in a male and a female voice, so I guessed it. Now that you can come in front of me without being noticed, your strength is profound and extraordinary. It's just to confirm the guess in my heart. Swoosh. The sound of space shattering suddenly resounded in the secret room. A figure in a royal robe, emitting a dazzling golden light, teleported out. Ant, I have to admit that you are very smart. The Central Prefecture's king had arrived. When Su Yu was only a hair's breadth away, he finally arrived. He still lost by a small margin. You can even guess his identity. I really don't know what else you don't know. The Central Prefecture's king seemed to be praising, but more like mocking. The more a dying person knows, the more ironic it is. Looking sideways at the ghost prison's great emperor, the Central Prefecture's king said, "Well done, otherwise, if he breaks through the realm of the mortal fairy, it will be troublesome." The ghost prison's great emperor didn't care. "If you die, it will do me no good." Staring at Su Yu, the ghost prison's great emperor smiled. "You might as well guess again. What am I going to do to you next?" With a flash of cold light, the ghost prison's great emperor teleported in front of Su Yu, and a palm containing the boundless power of the mortal fairy pressed towards Su Yu's head. The Central Prefecture's king frowned, but did not stop it. In the end, this man was going to die, and it didn't matter who killed him, as long as the divine nine-dragon cauldron was not exposed. However, he suddenly found that Su Yu not only did not resist, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I guess, you will help me." "Ha ha ha, that's right." The ghost prison's great emperor changed his murderous intent and laughed. The power of the mortal fairy in his palm suddenly turned into a group of divine power and entered Su Yu's body. "This is the blood of the emperor's descendants, enjoy it. He is also a descendant of the gods, a descendant of the gods." Parled with the help of the blood of the ghost prison's great emperor, Su Yu's refining speed soared unprecedentedly, and his cultivation was like a flood opening the gate, rushing endlessly. The sudden scene, not only did Xiana not react, but even the Central Prefecture's king was stunned for a moment. When he recovered, the Central Prefecture's king teleported over and slapped Su Yu's head, while shouting, "Ghost prison's great emperor, you are crazy." Qin Xiana's betrayal, he could understand. But the betrayal of the ghost prison's great emperor, he could never understand. What good would it do for the ghost prison's great emperor to help Su Yu destroy him? No, it was only bad. As the ghost race that ravaged Jojo 100 years ago, after Su Yu killed the Central Prefecture's king, would he let go of the ghost prison's great emperor? In any case, he couldn't figure out the motives of the ghost prison's great emperor. Ha ha ha. The ghost prison's great emperor laughed and raised his hand. 8 yellow beads were arranged in front of his chest in order to form a ring. That is the underworld pearl, the famous magic weapon of the ghost prison's great emperor. The Central Prefecture's king slapped, and the 8 underworld pearls rotated like meteors. Under the high speed, not only did they remove the power of the Central Prefecture's king, but they also rubbed his palm with the momentum of high-speed rotation, revealing the bloody arm bones. This scene stunned Su Yu. Could the underworld pearl be used in this way? "Brother Su, when I learned that you threw my famous magic weapon as a stone, do you know how I felt?" The ghost prison's great emperor turned the underworld pearl and laughed. Su Yu blushed, rolled his eyes, and ignored him. He seized the time to refine the blood of the cultivation deity. The Central Prefecture's king's arm shook, and the injury quickly recovered. His face was full of indignation. "Ghost prison's great emperor, do you really want to ruin my big plan?" "Big plan? Ha ha ha, occupy the Jojo continent, refine it, and sell it to a god in exchange for a quasi-god celestial energy sphere?" The ghost prison's great emperor revealed his true intentions. To become the emperor of Jojo, the Central Prefecture's king had already done it. As early as 100 years ago, after the fall of Shunichen, he was invincible. So what if he became the emperor? He had a deeper purpose, to sell the Jojo continent. It sounded really unbelievable. A complete cavern world without the protection of the gods is indeed a piece of fat meat that everyone covets. The Ghost Prison's great emperor did not care about the increasingly pale face of the Central Prefecture's king. You are looking for death. The Central Prefecture's king's killing intent rose, and he shouted, "Get out of here." He exerted all his strength and concentrated all the mortal fairy's power to punch out, trying to destroy the Ghost Prison's great emperor and Suyu together. The Ghost Prison's great emperor's face suddenly became dignified, and he controlled the 8 underworld pearls to constantly remove the power that made him feel pressured. Fortunately, the Central Prefecture's king was injured and could not exert his full strength. In addition, the power of the underworld pearl is extraordinary, and it blocked this blow. Even so, the 8 underworld pearls have serious scratches on the body surface, causing the Ghost Prison's great emperor to sigh with regret, but also caused a surprise. 100 years ago, you hid the strength comparable to Shinichen. 100 years later, your strength has risen again. The Central Prefecture's king has no time to pay attention to the nonsense of the Ghost Prison's great emperor. If he doesn't get rid of Suyu as soon as possible, he will be the one who will be killed. You're the one who forced me to do this. I didn't want to kill you because we worked together 100 years ago, but now. Even if ghosts and gods come to question me, I'm not afraid. The Central Prefecture's king looked ferocious. He took a deep breath, and the demon god's power surged in his body. Finally, the Ghost Prison's great emperor's face changed, and he said in surprise, "The power of demon god. You are not a human?" Even though they had cooperated for 100 years, he didn't know that the Central Prefecture's king, a human, was not a human. No, it should be said that he was not a pure human. Be careful. He is the descendant of a human god and a demon god, and he is performing the human-demon transformation. Suyu's mood was extremely grave. In terms of cultivation alone, the Central Prefecture's king was invincible in the world. With the help of the human-demon transformation, he was even more terrifying than the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Even if the 8 prefectures' kings gathered together, they would still be no match for him. Human-demon transformation? The knowledge of the Ghost Prison's great emperor is naturally not a trivial matter. How could he not know this famous trick? The descendant of a human god and a demon god has a unique skill that can be transformed between human and demon, thereby obtaining a higher level of power. Today's Central Prefecture's king is already at the peak of the mortal fairy. If he goes up another level, wouldn't he reach the realm of gods? Die. The Central Prefecture's king, who has transformed into a 1,000-feet demon body, swallowed the demonic energy in his mouth, roared, and the mountain-like demon body slammed down. The Ghost Prison's great emperor gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat, and his body instantly expanded 100 times, reaching a giant of 1,000 feet. The 8 underworld pearls also expanded, each becoming 100 feet in size, spinning rapidly to resist the palm of the Central Prefecture's king. This palm directly smashed the 8 underworld pearls, and the remaining power of the demonic palm slammed into the body of the Ghost Prison's great emperor. The Ghost Prison's great emperor gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of ghost energy. His palms turned into 10 feet of ghost claws and grabbed the remaining power of the attack. The two collided, and the Ghost Prison's great emperor retreated again and again. The huge body collapsed the underground chamber, and the ruins on the ground were also overturned by the two behemoths. Chapter 11:14. Devil Clan, Ghost Clan, they are fighting. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. In the impression of the Jojo humans, both were terrible and ferocious existences. But they suddenly appeared in the Central Prefecture and were fighting each other. However, judging from the result, the Ghost Clan was obviously at a disadvantage. Die. The Central Prefecture's king roared and attacked with all his strength again. How could the Ghost Clan's great emperor fight back after losing the Underworld Pearl? He immediately shouted, "Where is the Ghost Realm army?" Kai, Kai, Kai. From below the ruins, a huge black cloud suddenly rose. Eerie ghost cries came from the cloud, and the figures of the Ghost Clan could be vaguely seen. Kill. In the ghost cloud, Bai Lingtian pointed at the Central Prefecture's king below. Suddenly, the huge ghost cloud shone down like the sky was collapsing. At the same time, each of the Ghost Clan in the cloud held a piece of black chain, and all of their chains were tightly connected. The ghost cloud shrouded, accompanied by the sound of chains colliding. The chains wrapped around the Central Prefecture's king. It looked like they were going to lock the Central Prefecture's king alive. These chains were made of special materials in the ghost realm, known as the first divine wood in the ghost realm, and were strong and indestructible. Sensing the existence of the chains, the Central Prefecture's king was furious. Ghost prison. Big Emperor. These chains were made for me. Such a chain was obviously prepared to lock up a mortal fairy. In this way, the resources he had been secretly helping the Ghost Realm army for 100 years were all used to support the enemy in the end. Thinking of this, the Central Prefecture's king was furious. He was betrayed for 100 years and helped the enemy without knowing it. Go to hell! The Ghost Clan's great emperor roared and hit the sky with his palms. Suddenly, the whole ghost cloud was blown away, and the Ghost Clan suffered countless casualties. This blow killed more than half of the Ghost Realm army. The Ghost Clan's great emperor was in pain. These were the elites of the Ghost Clan, but they died under the Central Prefecture's king's punch. Fortunately, the chains were successfully attached to the Central Prefecture's king, and his hands were bound. Kill. In the remaining ghost cloud, Bai Lingtian's command sounded again. Suddenly, many long spears filled with dense ghost chi condensed in the ghost clouds. They were filled with extremely dense ghost chi. Su Yu recognized it at first glance. Isn't this the extreme evil ghost energy in Mo Tianxuan's body? This ghostly chi belonged to the ghost prison's great emperor. In other words, these ghostly chi spears were all refined by the ghost prison's great emperor one by one, and it took him no less than a few decades to do so. In order to kill the Central Prefecture's king, the ghost realm really spared no effort. Roar with an earth-shattering roar of pain, thousands upon thousands of spears condensed from extreme evil ghost chi stabbed into his body. Once it pierced through, the entire spear turned into extremely evil ghost energy and surged into the body of the Central Prefecture's king, wreaking havoc in his body. Even the Central Prefecture's king, who had transformed into a demonic body, was in great pain. But it was precisely because of the pain that the Central Prefecture's king's demonic nature was aroused. His eyes became more and more blood-red, and an ominous glint surged into the sky. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar that shook the 9 regions. All of you deserve to die. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. His arms kept colliding, and the veins on his face twisted. As he struggled with all his might, the chains broke inch by inch, turning into countless shards that shot into the sky. In an instant, countless screams rang out. All the ghosts that were struck by the chains had their bodies smashed into smithereens. Even their souls couldn't escape in time. In just a few breaths, the remaining ghost clouds in the sky were less than 1/10 of the original. A full 90%, tens of thousands of ghost elites were killed. The ghost prison's great emperor had no time to feel distressed. Without saying anything, he turned around and grabbed Su Yu and Qin Xiana, and immediately chose to escape. It was a mistake. No one knew that the Central Prefecture's king had hidden his identity as a descendant of the human god and the demon god, causing decades of preparation to be in vain. However, the Central Prefecture's king hated the betrayal of the ghost prison's great emperor. How could he give him a chance to escape? Demonic origin ripple. The Central Prefecture's king roared, stretched out his palm, and pointed to the ghost prison's great emperor. From the palm of his hand, a dark halo appeared, and layers of runes appeared on the surface of the halo. With a roar, the halo hit the ghost prison's great emperor with the momentum of teleportation. The ghost prison's great emperor was shocked. He could perceive that this halo was enough to destroy his body and soul. Mo Tianxian, what are you waiting for? At the critical moment, the ghost prison's great emperor shouted. Su Yu listened and was not surprised. He sighed, this woman really has a far-reaching plan. Swish, suddenly, from the underground of the Central Prefecture's palace, a very bright beam of light, 100 feet thick, spurted out. The beam of light happened to be under the feet of the Central Prefecture's king. In that beam of light, there is a strong power of the mortal fairy, and it is far more than the power of the mortal fairy. If it is guarded against, even if the mortal fairies of Jojo gather, they may not be able to do anything to the Central Prefecture's king. However, The Central Prefecture's king was caught off guard and was hit head-on. His body was immediately smashed. The huge demon body was broken everywhere, his legs were badly mutilated, and the bones of his legs were visible. There were cracks in his chest, and the internal organs were clearly visible. Half of his head was beaten off, half of it was a human face, and the other half was a skeleton. His dark and messy hair covered a small half of his face, and a blood-red demon eye pierced through the black hair, which looked more gloomy and terrible. At this moment, the Central Prefecture's king did not have half of the spirit of a human state king, and he was already a ferocious demon. Mo Tianxian. With a roar, the Central Prefecture's king's huge demon foot suddenly stepped down. Rumble. Hearing the loud sound of the earth, the whole central continent felt this sudden great shock. Under this foot, the ruins of the Central Prefecture city were swept in all directions by the powerful shock wave. With the right foot of the Central Prefecture's king as the center, the area within a radius of 100,000 miles was collapsed. The soil on the earth was shaken up, revealing the extremely hard crust. Now it could be clearly seen that there was a dark hole of 100 feet on the edge of the right foot of the Central Prefecture's king, which was filled with deep ghost energy. Anyone who had been to the Red Blood Palace to investigate the sudden arrival of the Ghost Clan army could recognize that the Ghost Cave under the Central Prefecture city was similar to the Ghost Cave under the Red Blood Palace. To be precise, the two were connected. All the people of the Red Blood Palace were missing, and no bones were left. They didn't disappear, but they entered the huge Ghost Cave. Along the underground tunnel, they crossed half of the central continent and quietly lurked under the Central Prefecture city, ready to give the Central Prefecture's king a fatal blow at any time. Swish. A woman in a black dress flew out of the cave with a cold and arrogant face. She was Mo Tianxian, who had been missing for a long time. A dignified human colluded with the Ghost Clan. The Central Prefecture's king stared at Mo Tianxian coldly with his blood-red demon eye. Mo Tianxian did not care, but said, as a descendant of the demon clan who is ready to sell the Jojo continent, "Do you have the right to say that to me?" All the strong human beings were stunned. The Red Blood Palace of the Blessed and Heavenly Lands colluded with the Ghost Clan? Qin Xiana said in disbelief, "I'm confused. When did the Red Blood Palace ally with the Ghost Clan?" Su Yu said with a faint smile, 100 years ago. Ah! 100 years ago? Wasn't 100 years ago the most tragic time of the war between humans and ghosts? Qin Xiana was confused. Su Yu said, it was indeed tragic, but because it was tragic, no one suspected it. Even the Central Prefecture's king did not expect the betrayal of the ghost prison's great emperor. But, it is absolutely true that the Central Prefecture's king and the ghost prison's great emperor allied 100 years ago and killed the emperor of Jojo, Shinichen. Is it necessary to make such a great sacrifice to gain the Central Prefecture's king's trust? Also, countless strong human beings were sacrificed at that time, Qin Xiana said in confusion. Su Yu touched the 9-jade spiritual pearl on his arm. A dog bone with 100 characters printed on it and a crystal ball appeared in Su Yu's palm. Su Yu inserted the dog bone into the crystal ball, and the crystal ball broke. A trace of breath gradually flowed out from the crystal ball. Yes, a very familiar breath. Lord Sacred Kylin, you can explain it to me. Su Yu said with a faint smile. Shinichen? Sacred Kylin? Qin Xiana's little mouth opened wide. She had heard of both, but the former had been dead for 100 years, and the latter had been dead for about 10,000 years. Ahem. What scared Qin Xiana was that someone in the crystal ball said, "Well, Su Yu, it's not fun if you are so smart. I, Kylin, am going to give you a surprise." With a crisp sound, the crystal ball cracked open like an eggshell. A small purple Kylin broke out of the crystal ball. It was about the size of a palm, and it was exquisite and cute. It did not look like the mighty and domineering mysterious heavenly divine pavilion at all. However, that breath was Sacred Kylin's. Su Yu accelerated the refining of the bloodline of the cultivation deity and said with a faint smile, "You are indeed a cunning dog, Kylin. Even before you die, you left a trace of great path divine source origin, sealed in the crystal ball, and lied to me that you can randomly choose a fairy artifact from the crystal ball. You are really something." When the dead dog gave this crystal ball to Su Yu alone, Suyu felt that it was unusual, so he did not open it for a long time. Who could have thought that sacred Kailin, who should have died in the space of the 100th floor of the Marshall Tower, was still alive? In the crystal ball, there was a trace of great path divine source origin left by it. This was a clone left by sacred Kailin in the world. If it grew up, it might be able to return to the peak of its cultivation. In this way, there was a possibility of continuation. Hey, there is no other way, is there? If this was a useless crystal ball, you would have thrown it into the latrine. Sacred Kailin laughed, without any shame. Suyu rolled his eyes at him and said, "It seems that the time for me to summon you is not wrong. The Jojo continent is about to be sold. If I don't summon you now, I am afraid there will be no chance." Hearing this, the small sacred Kailin squatted on the broken eggshell and stared at the central prefecture's king with its nostrils, with a face of contempt and disdain. "A bastard of a human and a demon wants to sell my cave. After 100 years of planning, it is time to close the net." The ghost prison's great emperor, who was tired of dealing with the waves of great path demon source, saw sacred Kailin and could not help but show great joy. Senior Shinichen, no, God Kailin, save me. Chapter 11:15. The sacred Kailin twitched its mouth. With only a strand of celestial energy sphere left, it was like a newborn baby. Its combat power was even lower than that of the wild demons. How could it resist the demonic energy sphere? If it didn't make a move, someone else would. Boom. Suddenly, a bone-chilling white sword light shot out from the ghost cave. The sword was so sharp that it could cut everything into pieces. Crack. The demonic energy sphere was divided into two parts by the sword light and flew out from both sides of the ghost prison's great emperor. A white-robed woman appeared in the ghost cave as well. Her features were picturesque, and her features were beautiful. At first glance, she actually resembled Bing Wuxin. However, she was more mature, beautiful, graceful, and noble than Bing Wuxin. She was the prefecture king of the lifeless sword prefecture, Jian Wusheng. That beam of light just now contained the power of her sword. "I am Jian Wusheng, the broken sword god Kailin. Thank you for your guidance 100 years ago. Today, I am willing to eliminate the evil for you." Jian Wusheng bowed to the sacred Kailin with her sword. The sacred Kailin nodded with satisfaction. "I am very satisfied that you still remember your promise 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the proud sword venerable returned from the glittering jewel wonderland and made great progress. She broke through the barrier and became a mortal fairy. Some people said she had obtained a great opportunity in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, so she could become a mortal fairy. However, no one knew what kind of opportunity it was. Only Jian Wusheng knew that she was enlightened by the black dog that the sacred Kailin had transformed into. Another prefecture king? The central prefecture's king snorted as he glanced at Jian Wusheng disdainfully. Then, he stared at the sacred Kailin and said, "You have a familiar aura." The sacred Kailin lifted its neck and said with a sneer, "My good apprentice, have you forgotten your master so quickly?" With a flash of purple light, the sacred Kailin turned into a human. It was an ordinary-looking old man. He looked so ordinary that no one would take a second look at him in the crowd. However, many people in the area were shocked. "Lord Shinichen? Impossible. Is that the Jojo Emperor, Shinichen? How could this be? Didn't Lord Shinichen die a long time ago?" Only Suyu let out a sigh of relief and said a name that he had almost forgotten. "Long time no see, old housekeeper." Suyu sighed. The old housekeeper, Fan Haisheng, was an old man transformed from the remnant soul of Shinichen. Now, of Shinichen had reappeared in the Jojo continent. The pupils of the central prefecture's king contracted fiercely. His face was filled with shock, bewilderment, and confusion. He said, "It's really you, Shinichen. The sacred Kailin of Shinichen. No, Shin of God of Lin of King of the King of the world. Since I perished, there have been many extraterrestrial forces trying to take over my cavern world. Fortunately, I made a lot of friends when I was alive. With their protection, no one dared to take over my cavern world for a while. Until hundreds of years ago, A friend told me that a member of the world of divine remains had sneaked into my cavern world and was ready to seize this world. Therefore, I transformed into Shinichen and was ready to unify the 9 regions. I just wanted to see who the person behind the scenes was. If he wanted to sell the 9 regions, he had to at least unify the 9 regions. It could be imagined that if Shinichen unified the 9 states, the members of the world of divine remains would definitely sabotage it. I thought that person would be the most mysterious Duanxian cliff master, so I was always on guard against him. I never thought that he would be my disciple. The sacred Kailin had a complicated look in its eyes, and it was full of emotion. You hid yourself so well, and your aptitude is so top-notch. If you hadn't exposed yourself in advance, I would have handed the 9 states over to you. Unfortunately, even I didn't expect that the disciple I took in because I valued talent was a member of the world of divine remains. In fact, the sacred Kailin could not be blamed. When it suddenly heard that someone had come to seize the cavern world, the suspect must be a strong person with such ability. At that time, the severed fairy cliff master had just come to the 9 states, and his strength was extraordinary. Naturally, he was regarded as a suspect. The Central Prefecture's king took a deep breath and said, "So, the so-called war between humans and ghosts was actually a chaotic situation arranged by you?" "Yes," the sacred Kirin said. "If I didn't create an opportunity for you, would you have attacked me?" The Central Prefecture's king thought about it carefully and shook his head. No. With the strength of the Jojo Emperor at that time, he would never have attacked unless it was necessary. Falling into the situation of fighting with the Ghost Prison's great emperor was the best time for him to attack. "You are so calculative." The Central Prefecture's king took a breath and felt a sense of admiration. Who could have expected that the tragic war between humans and ghosts was actually arranged by Shinichen, and the purpose was to draw out the mastermind behind the scenes? The sacred Kailin smiled and said, "Others also praised me like this." "So, you planned for 100 years?" the Central Prefecture's king said. The sacred Kailin nodded proudly. "Hey, of course, I am a dead god after all. The strength of the remaining celestial source origin is weak. If I appeared rashly, I would only be caught by you. Therefore, when I found out your hidden strength, I pretended to escape into the small cavern world that I created, the Zhenlong continent, to give you the illusion that Shinichen was lingering on. In fact, in the past 100 years, I have been planning in the Jojo continent, with the purpose of training enough experts to kill you one day. Unfortunately, the luck of the Jojo continent declined, and there was no one who could master the celestial destroying arrow for a long time. Therefore, I made several other arrangements. First, I made the Ghost Clan continue to pretend to ally with you, deceive you into trusting me, and give you a fatal blow at the critical time. Second, I looked for suitable helpers. At the end of his words, he looked at Mo Tianxian thoughtfully. Now it seems that everything is as expected. After 100 years, a sword genius like Zhen Wusheng was born, and she became a powerful helper. The Ghost Clan also protected the celestial destroying arrow and Su Yu at the critical time. After hearing that, Su Yu and Qinxiana couldn't speak for a long time. It turned out that the Zhenlong continent they lived in was actually a small cavern world created by the sacred Kailin. Its destruction originated from a plot and conspiracy that had been planned for 100 years. Everything that the sacred Kailin did was to cultivate strong people and forces to fight against the Central Prefecture's king, who was a member of the world of divine remains. As for why he didn't cultivate the rest of the prefecture's kings, maybe he was afraid that the news would be leaked. It was hard to tell what was in a man's heart. A dead deity couldn't deter these prefecture's kings. It was impossible to predict whether they would secretly collude with the Central Prefecture's king to kill the remaining celestial energy sphere of the sacred Kailin. Therefore, he was so cautious and waited for 100 years. "Is this the situation you are waiting for?" After hearing that, the Central Prefecture's king sneered with pity. "A group of mobs. Do you expect them to protect Su Yu and the celestial destroying arrow?" After saying that, the Central Prefecture's king punched out. This punch covered all the strong people in all directions. It was a punch, but it hit everyone at the same time. Of course, Su Yu was the key target. Seeing that, the Ghost Clan's great emperor changed his face slightly. Then, He grabbed Su Yu and Qinxiana and kept retreating. Seeing that, the little Kailin jumped onto Su Yu's shoulder and was taken away by the Central Prefecture's king. As for Jian Wuxing, she easily shattered the fist energy with a sweep of her sword. Her body just shook a few times. The most shocking thing was that Mo Tianxian took out the flying guillotine casually, circled around her, and easily dispersed the fist force. She stood motionless on the spot, and a trace of the mortal fairy's strength lingered around her. The mortal fairy's strength. Haven't you been infected by the extreme evil ghost energy? Haven't you been looking for a way to get rid of it all over the world? The Central Prefecture's king was slightly surprised, but his voice stopped abruptly. Since Mo Tianxian and the Ghost Clan's great emperor conspired to put on a big show 100 years ago, how could Mo Tianxian really be hurt? Maybe the extreme evil ghost energy left in her body was used to confuse him and make him relax his vigilance. Everyone knew that Mo Tianxuan's cultivation stayed at the peak of the all-creations realm because of the extreme evil ghost energy. She couldn't take a step forward, and she was looking for a way to get rid of it. Otherwise, the Central Prefecture's king, who was very close to her, would not relax his vigilance against her. He didn't even know that she had dug a ghost cave under the Central Prefecture's imperial palace in 100 years. You hid your strength really well. You would rather be injured by my projection than expose your strength, the Central Prefecture's king said coldly. When Mo Tianxian hunted down the 5 golden light guards, they used the Central Prefecture's token to summon the projection of the Central Prefecture's king. Mo Tianxian would rather be injured and her life threatened than expose her cultivation. Her forbearance was amazing. Hearing that, Mo Tianxian snorted slightly and couldn't help but glance at Su Yu. Cold sweat appeared on Su Yu's forehead and he felt guilty. At that time, he not only molested her unintentionally, but also sold her fairy artifact, the flying guillotine. Now he thought about it. Fortunately, she really fainted. Cut the crap. It's time to put an end to the century-old hatred. Mo Tianxian frowned and started to attack. Like a black ghost, the flying guillotine teleported to the top of the Central Prefecture's king's head and scratched his head. With a dull sound, the top of the Central Prefecture's king's head was scratched. At the same time, Jian Wuxing waved her sword with great tacit understanding. Sword Technique Universe. There were 3 realms of the sword doctrine: sword moves at your will, undying sword body, and the last realm was the ultimate realm of the sword doctrine, Sword Technique Universe. When the sword was waved, endless sword lights appeared in the sky and the earth and penetrated the top of the Central Prefecture's king's head. The endless sword lights entered the Central Prefecture's king's body and destroyed everything inside it crazily. However, the Central Prefecture's king just snorted coldly. Then, he smashed his head with his palm. At the same time, he grabbed all the sword energy in his head with his demonic claw. The Central Prefecture's king, who only had half of his head left, was unscathed. Then, he patted both of his palms which were stained with blood. Mo Tianxian and Jian Wuxing tried their best to resist the boundless demonic claw. Jian Wuxing performed the ultimate sword doctrine again to resist the power of the demonic claw. Chapter 11:16. This palm was powerful enough to destroy Jian Wuxing's body and soul. At this critical moment, Jian Wuxing spat out a mouthful of blood, which stained the long sword in her hand. Then, she shouted in a low voice, "Shifting shadows." Instantly, the demonic palm arrived. However, the blood-stained sword was smashed into pieces by the demonic palm. Not far away, Jian Wuxing's figure flashed, and her figure staggered as she appeared. Her face was pale. The Central Prefecture's king was too powerful to be defeated by ordinary forces. Palace Master Mo, it's up to you now. The other demonic palm landed on Mo Tianxuan's body successfully. Then, the Central Prefecture's king said with a hideous smile, "A bunch of mobs. Do you really want to kill me?" However, his expression suddenly changed, and he could not help but look at the other demonic palm. He did land on Mo Tianxuan's body, but he didn't smash it into pieces. Then, Mo Tianxian took out a beautiful cyan sword from her sleeve and pointed it at the center of the demonic palm. The sword seemed to be launched casually, but it managed to block the demonic palm. "A bunch of mobs. I don't like this word." Mo Tianxian turned over her palm, and the cyan sword flew across the demonic palm. Instantly, the entire demonic palm was cut into 2 parts, leaving a smooth cut. How could she use swordsmanship? Apart from Su Yu, all the people present were shocked by what he had just witnessed. Su Yu had seen Mo Tianxuan's undying sword body in the martial tower, so he knew she was a hidden swordsman. Master! A voice that very few people could hear entered Su Yu's ears. Su Yu was shocked. Then, he looked sideways and was surprised. Jian Wusheng, who had retreated to one side, was looking at the valiant Mo Tianxian from afar with reverence. Could it be that Jian Wusheng, who had enlightened the world with her swordsmanship, got her swordsmanship from Mo Tianxian? If so, how powerful was Mo Tianxuan's swordsmanship? The Central Prefecture's king was stunned. Then, he stared at the cyan sword in Jian Wusheng's hand in horror. It was definitely an ordinary low-grade fairy artifact. However, how could its power be more powerful than the third realm of swordsmanship, the sword world? A sense of danger entered the Central Prefecture's king's heart. Suddenly, the Central Prefecture's king revealed a look of disbelief and said in surprise, Could it be that you are a descendant of the sword god's bloodline, and you are innately proficient in the divine-level sword spirit? The god-level sword intent was a general concept. It was the sword god's sword intent, and it wasn't something the so-called 3 realms of the sword Dao could compare to. Mo Tianxian said calmly, You don't have to know that. Kaila, with another strike of the sword, the Central Prefecture's king's arm, which was more than 500 feet long, was chopped off. A trace of panic finally appeared on the face of the Central Prefecture's king, and he said furiously, So what if you are the descendant of the sword god? Those who stand in my way will be killed. Saint Demon burns the heavens. The Central Prefecture's king roared. His whole body was covered with layers of golden flames. That was the divine tribulation fire. Even the peak mortal fairies would have to avoid it. As expected, Mo Tianxian frowned and retreated. She was rather fearful of the boundless divine fire. However, Mo Tianxian had never been one to bow her head. She snorted coldly and advanced with her sword. Sword connecting divinity realm. Kai, or a strand of sword intent that didn't belong to the mortal world, rushed out from the sword abruptly. Mo Tianxian and her sword split the raging divine fire and penetrated the body of the Central Prefecture's king like light and shadow. With a painful roar, the Central Prefecture's king kept growing out of his body one after another, as if there were countless swords growing out of his body. Especially the sword in his chest, which pierced through his heart and came out of his chest. Moreover, the longer the swords grew, the weaker the vitality of the Central Prefecture's king became. When the body of the Central Prefecture's king was covered by hundreds of thousands of swords, the body of the Central Prefecture's king could no longer be seen. Only the dense and endless swords could be seen. The aura of the Central Prefecture's king also dissipated abruptly, along with his soul. The whole area was in dead silence. The Central Prefecture's king, the most powerful demon on the continent, was killed by a single strike of the sword just like that. The onlookers looked at Mo Tianxian as if they were looking at a terrible goddess of war. Who in the world could resist this strike of the sword? Frame, the small cyan sword in Mo Tianxuan's hand, fell to the ground. Her hand, which was holding the small sword, trembled unceasingly. A meandering stream of blood flowed down along her arm. The onlookers were shocked. When they fixed their eyes on Mo Tianxian, they found there was a huge bloody hole in her chest, from which the divine fire was still burning. She killed the Central Prefecture's king, but she was also seriously injured by the divine fire. Not only her flesh and blood were burned, but her soul was also injured. She couldn't even lift up her sword, let alone launch another strike like this. Master! Jian Wusheng rushed over and held Mo Tianxian, who was about to fall to the ground. She said anxiously, Master, why did you force yourself to use this move? This is a move that injures the enemy but also injures yourself. It was more than just injuring herself. She almost died together with her enemy. Even if the divine fire didn't injure her, this move had exhausted all of her strength. Humph. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Mo Tianxian snorted, but she had no strength left in her body. After a long time, the ghost prison's great emperor broke the silence. Looking at the miserable death of the Central Prefecture's king, he said with relief, after staying dormant for 100 years, you finally killed the demon. Congratulations, God Kylin. The god Kylin also had a complicated expression on his face. He felt relaxed and a little bit regretful. Why was such an outstanding person a member of the world of divine remains? What a pity. The onlookers gradually felt relaxed. The demon was dead, and the shadow that had covered the Jojo continent for 100 years could disappear. However, among all the onlookers, only Suyu was frowning. Although the Central Prefecture's king was dead, the depression brought by his ordeal of human didn't disappear. Instead, it became more and more serious. He couldn't help but remind them, don't be careless. After all, he is the Central Prefecture's king. Before confirming it, we must be careful. However, before he finished his words, the numerous swords penetrated the demon's body, which looked like a hedgehog, and a strong golden light burst out from inside to outside. The golden light contained a very familiar aura, the glittering jewel demonic god's celestial energy sphere. Suyu and the sacred Kylin said at the same time. Both of their faces suddenly became serious and extremely ugly. Could it be that he had signed a contract with the glittering jewel demonic god? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. As the demon's body broke out into wild laughter, everyone's heart sank. The ghost prison's great emperor was shocked. He has been resurrected. Could it be that he has a contract with a god? He was no stranger to this contract, and neither was Suyu. In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, the demon-devouring emperor was willing to be a slave of the glittering jewel mortal fairy and obtained the contract of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Unless the glittering jewel mortal fairy's celestial energy sphere was exhausted, she was almost immortal. No matter how many times she was killed, she could be resurrected on the spot. With the cultivation of the Central Prefecture's king, the celestial energy sphere consumed by one resurrection was a huge burden that the glittering jewel mortal fairy couldn't bear. Presumably, the glittering jewel mortal fairy would never allow him to continue to consume his celestial energy sphere. Sure enough, a circle of light flashed between the eyebrows of the Central Prefecture's king. Ha ha ha, that stupid woman thought she could use me. She didn't know that I was using her. I took half of her celestial energy sphere and resurrected her. She must be mad now, right? The demon laughed up to the sky, and hundreds of thousands of swords grew out of his body. With a light shout, they were shaken away, and the body of the Central Prefecture's king was revealed. When they saw his body, the hearts of everyone present sank fiercely, and they practically sank to the bottom of the valley. The Central Prefecture's king was not only resurrected, but also his injuries were healed by the celestial energy sphere. The death airflow in his body, the body that was smashed by the light beam, the head that was smashed, and the arm that was cut off were all healed. The Central Prefecture's king reappeared in front of them in his heyday. At this moment, even Suyu felt desperate. Fight. The ghost prison's great emperor gritted his teeth, put down Suyu and Qinxiana, and shouted. He sacrificed the 8 underworld pearls that he had found, lined them up in a circle, and took the initiative to attack. Jian Wusheng also gritted her teeth, put down the seriously injured Mo Tianxian, and rushed up with her sword. The remaining ghost forces condensed into a large mass of ghost clouds and rushed up again, with chains and extremely evil ghost spears. Even if they knew it was hopeless, they still wanted to stop him. The Central Prefecture's king sneered as if he was watching a group of ants rushing towards him. A motley crew. The Central Prefecture's king stretched out 2 giant demon palms, each of which condensed a divine fire, and shot it at the ghost prison's great emperor and Jian Wusheng. The 2 great mortal fairies also rushed up, gnashing their teeth. However, in the face of absolute power, their magical powers and precious skills were like ants trying to shake a tree. A mass of divine fire bombarded the 8 underworld pearls. The revolving underworld pearls could not bear the terrible power of the divine fire, and were burned and cracked. The 8 underworld pearls were burned and cracked one by one. The remaining 20% of the divine fire turned into a sharp arrow and penetrated the chest of the ghost prison's great emperor. With a scream, the ghost prison's great emperor was covered with golden flames, and became a burning man. If he didn't use the extremely evil ghost energy to force the divine fire out of his body little by little, he would have been turned into ashes at this moment. Jian Wusheng was not much better. She had lost her celestial sword, so she could only use her fingers to replace the sword and condense the supreme sword essence, world of sword art. In an instant, the infinite sword light cut toward the divine fire. However, the sword light was quickly buried in the divine fire like a moth flying into the fire. The remaining divine fire burned Jen Wusheng directly. She didn't have the extremely evil ghost energy to resist the divine fire like the ghost prison's great emperor, so her body was burned. Fortunately, her soul left her body and escaped in time. Between the two great mortal fairies, one was seriously injured, and the other's body was broken. This was the power of the Central Prefecture's king in his peak state. Mo Tianxian might not be able to hurt him even if she used the divine sword realm again. The Central Prefecture's king sneered, 100 years of planning? 100 years of planning? It's just a joke. Mo Tianxian gritted her teeth, damn the deity contract. 100 years of planning failed in a single move. Mo Tianxian was seriously injured, the ghost prison's great emperor was seriously injured, and Jen Wusheng only had her soul left. In this world, who could stop the Central Prefecture's king? Chapter 11:17. The unstoppable tribulation fire was about to annihilate all of them. Suddenly, a rich power of the five elements traversed across the void from the distant horizon. A colorful mountain flew out of the huge crack in the void and flew toward this place at high speed. Before the mountain arrived, the power of the five elements contained in the mountain had already arrived. It condensed into a tornado and swept the divine fire that was attacking the sacred Kirin and the others into the clouds. The Central Prefecture's king turned around coldly and sneered, "There are still people who don't know the difference between life and death to stop me." Looking at the foot of the five elements mountain, there were two figures, one in black and the other in white. They exerted the strength of the mortal fairies to carry the five elements mountain across the void. Swish, the next moment, they flew to the sacred Kylin and put the mountain down. Then, they activated the spell formation at the foot of the mountain. The spell formation was infused with the remaining power of the demon god in their bodies. The spell formation absorbed the force of the five elements mountain to protect the sacred Kylin and the others. Black and white mortal fairies? Mo Tianxian was surprised. The Eastern continent had always been peaceful and mysterious. Why did they get involved in the dispute between them and the Central Prefecture's king? Couldn't they see the situation clearly? Even with their help, they couldn't hold on for a long time. The black and white mortal fairies didn't look back. They stared at the Central Prefecture's king and said resolutely, "As the king of the Jojo continent, how can you ignore the demon clan?" After settling down the people of the Eastern continent, they came here immediately. After a discussion, they decided to return to the Great Oriental family and brought the Five Elements Mountain to the Central Prefecture. Just in time, the sacred Kylin and the others were in danger. "Alas! You shouldn't have come here." The sacred Kylin sighed with a dim look. The plan of hundreds of years was in vain. The arrival of the black and white mortal fairies would only increase the casualties. The situation was hopeless. We have already died once. Why should we cherish our lives? Even if we die, we will drag the Central Prefecture's king down with us, the black and white mortal fairies said at the same time. The force of the five elements was getting stronger and stronger. The whole Eastern continent could feel the inexplicable pressure. The Central Prefecture's king, who was close by, could sense the existence of the force of the five elements. The black and white mortal immortals looked at each other and shouted. Then they raised the five elements mountain and threw it toward the Central Prefecture's king. This seemingly simple throw almost exhausted all the strength of the black and white mortal fairies. The two of them collapsed to the ground and almost passed out on the spot. There was not a bit of mortal fairies' strength left in their bodies. It could be seen that this throw was no small matter. We've studied the five elements mountain for many years, but this is as far as we can go. I hope it will be useful. Rumble, the five elements mountain flew out. In an instant, colorful lights flew out from the inside of the mountain, especially the bottom of the mountain, which burst out bright lights and enveloped the Central Prefecture's king. The Central Prefecture's king wanted to avoid it, but he found that the colorful light contained enormous power of the five elements, which slowed his movement. Unable to avoid it, he was pressed down by the five elements mountain. At the same time, there was also the extremely strong power of the 5 element. The black and white mortal fairies and God Kylin's eyes lit up at the same time. Could this method work? After all, this was a mountain that had once suppressed a god to death. If it could unleash its power, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, the next moment, a scene that made all of them depressed suddenly happened. The Central Prefecture's king grabbed upwards with one hand, and the whole 5 elements mountain was lifted up by one hand. He sneered, "If you have reached the second stage of the mortal fairy, I will be afraid of the power of this throw." Unfortunately, the power of 2 mortal fairies at the first stage is less than 1/10 of the power of a mortal fairy at the second stage. Throwing the 5 elements mountain aside, the Central Prefecture's king sneered, "It's over, but who will die first?" His eyes wandered around the group of disabled mortal fairies, and he was very playful. The Ghost Prison's emperor was unwilling to be humiliated, so he shouted coldly, "If you want to kill us, just kill us. Do you think we will beg for mercy from you?" Because even if they begged for mercy, the Central Prefecture's king would not let them go. The Central Prefecture's king's eyes fell on him, and he said coldly, "Since you are the first one, let's start with you." Sizzle, a divine fire suddenly spurted out. However, the target of the fire was not the Ghost Prison's emperor, but Suyu. "Little bastard, I will be relieved to kill you first." The Central Prefecture's king sneered. The Ghost Prison's emperor's face changed abruptly, and he teleported in front of Suyu without thinking, blocking the divine fire. Poof, with a muffled sound, the Ghost Prison's emperor's body turned into ashes, leaving only a soul surrounded by ghost energy to escape from the divine fire. Even so, the Ghost Prison's emperor still stood in front of Suyu, protecting him until the last moment. The Central Prefecture's king sneered, "It's really touching, but as a traitor, isn't it the best ending for you to die without a burial place?" Sizzle, a huge ball of divine fire, half a foot in size, transformed into a spear and pierced through the void. "No. Be careful." Seeing this scene, Mo Tianxian, Zhen Wusheng, and even the black and white mortal fairies and others were extremely angry. The Ghost Prison's emperor had no chance of surviving. The Ghost Prison's emperor was not afraid, and he did not flinch. Instead, he looked death calmly, and laughed loudly, "Central Prefecture's king, you will not have a good end." The crazy laughter made the Central Prefecture's king frown. He couldn't understand why the Ghost Prison's emperor was so persistent in helping Jojo. This was not the Ghost Realm. Was it necessary for him to work so hard for Jojo? Madman. The Central Prefecture's king snorted and was too lazy to watch anymore. Anyway, the end was doomed. Both he and Suyu would be turned into ashes in the divine fire. But suddenly, the Central Prefecture's king's heart suddenly beat, and a strong sense of anxiety suddenly rose. This kind of anxiety, since breaking through to the fairy realm, has never appeared again. The last time was 1,000 years ago, when he was at the peak of the all-creation realm. He was exploring a desolate cavern world, and he was chased by a wild beast of the mortal fairy realm. This chase lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days, he was on the run all the time. If he stopped for a while, the man-eating monster behind him would catch up with him. That kind of constant anxiety, that kind of panic that may die at any time and anywhere, accompanied his life for hundreds of years. Many years later, he occasionally woke up from his meditation and remembered the scene of his narrow escape. Later, when he broke through to the mortal fairy realm, he turned back to kill the wild beast, and the anxiety that lasted for hundreds of years finally dissipated. Until today, after 1,000 years, he never had that kind of strong anxiety again. But at this moment, the feeling that he almost thought he had forgotten came to his heart without warning. It seemed that the wild beast that he had killed had come back, standing behind him, looking down at him greedily, and slowly opening its bloody mouth, ready to bite him at any time. Almost subconsciously, the Central Prefecture's king's body shook, and his heart beat wildly. He turned his head almost in fear. There was no wild beast, but a figure stood up and stared at him coldly. The cold dark eyes made him feel like he was facing a wild beast. His heart twitched fiercely, and his hands and feet were cold. He said, "Su. You." Suyu said lightly, "Just in time, 9 days are up." The tribulation of human broke out at this moment. Looking at the 5 feet of divine fire, Suyu calmly stepped out. With this step, 9 dark scorching suns surrounded Suyu's chest, like 9 suns protecting him. The divine fire couldn't break through the 9 suns. At the last moment, he finally refined the last trace of the bloodline of the cultivation deity, and his cultivation soared to the peak of the mortal fairy realm. Under such a realm, the great sun punishment fairy painting was like water flowing into a canal, easily refining the remaining 7 blazing suns. One was the tribulation of thunder feather, and the other was the tribulation of divine fire. No one could defeat the other. The Central Prefecture's king finally calmed down and took a breath to suppress the panic in his heart. Then he released a more powerful divine fire, which shrouded Suyu like a fire cloud. However, in the divine fire, Suyu's figure didn't change at all. He walked out of the fire cloud step by step and came to the Central Prefecture's king. "Do you have any other moves to prepare?" "Die." The Central Prefecture's king suddenly punched Suyu's small body with his fist, which was full of the power of the demon god. The power of the demonic palm, which was like a small mountain, was unstoppable. The earth shook and a space crack was broken into pieces. Bang! The whole earth shook when the fist was punched. Mo Tianxian and the others opened their eyes wide and stared at the situation under the demonic fist in the fog. When the fog dissipated, they were a little relieved. Under the demonic fist, Suyu raised his right hand and pointed at the palm of the demonic fist with his index finger. Suyu's finger showed a strange golden color at this moment. It didn't look like a human finger, and golden scales could be seen vaguely. Suyu looked calm and said indifferently, "Break." Boom. The golden finger seemed to be full of the power of creation. A golden beam of light, which frightened all the mortal fairies, penetrated the demonic palm, went all the way along the arm through the shoulder armor, and passed through the head of the Central Prefecture's king. Bang! When the golden beam of light rushed out, there was a bang sound. The fist and arm of the Central Prefecture's king were all blown up. On the right side of the head, there was a deep blood groove, which was so deep that the bone could be seen. Just one finger could do such a thing. Even Mo Tianxian didn't reach this level before. This is more than the power of the peak mortal fairy, right? The Ghost Prison's great emperor looked at the golden beam of light dissipating in the sky and shivered. Mo Tianxian said calmly, "No, in the golden beam of light, there is a breath of the dragon god." The period of 9 days was also the time when the 10 real dragon spirit veins were integrated into Suyu's body and the body of the 9 dragons was achieved. The Central Prefecture's king was shocked that he was at a disadvantage in this fight. "It's not over yet." The Central Prefecture's king was unwilling to give up, and his huge demonic foot stepped on the air. Now the Central Prefecture's king had an illusion that Suyu was still an ant that could be easily crushed to death, an ant that could be crushed to death with 1 foot. How could he admit that an ant was on an equal footing with him? "Destroy." Suyu said a word indifferently. His whole right fist was covered with golden scales, and he punched the foot of the Central Prefecture's demonic foot very calmly. Chapter 11:18. With a bang, the right foot, leg, and right half of the body of the Central Prefecture's king exploded with a loud bang. Even his neck was blasted off by the golden pillar of light, leaving only his spine connected to his head. Smashing half of the body of the Central Prefecture's king with a single punch. At this moment, the Central Prefecture's king finally recovered from the cruelty. His pupils shrank, and his back was covered with cold sweat. He had definitely reached the peak of the mortal fairy's power. Coupled with the golden power, even a peak mortal fairy would not be a match for him. Moreover, Suyu hadn't used the celestial destroying arrow yet. Run. That unsuppressible panic, the panic and uneasiness of 1,000 years, surged forth like a flood bursting through a dam. Roar with a roar, the divine 9-dragon cauldron, the celestial destroying arrow, and the illusory deity position disappeared from the mind of the Central Prefecture's king. He turned around and tore the void, and the remaining half of his demon body immediately escaped into it. All he wanted now was to stay alive. Suyu watched the Central Prefecture's king escape indifferently. He tore the void with one hand and chased after the Central Prefecture's king with the enormous mortal fairy's strength. Mo Tianxian, the sacred Kailin, Jian Wusheng, and the Ghost Prison's great emperor were all shocked. They looked at each other, speechless. Su Yu, who had broken through to the peak mortal fairy, was too fierce. They had expected that a peak mortal fairy would be able to kill the Central Prefecture's king with the celestial destroying arrow. Judging from the current situation, Su Yu could kill the Central Prefecture's king even without the celestial destroying arrow. Go. Let's catch up. The sacred Kylin's eyes lit up with excitement, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Su has given me so many surprises. I thought we were all done for. Everyone's eyes lit up. How could they miss the end of the Central Prefecture's king? With the cultivation of a peak mortal fairy, Su Yu could cross hundreds of millions of mountains and rivers with a single step. He had crossed the lower half of the central continent. This was the Heaven's Craftsman domain, one of the 5 domains under the jurisdiction of the Central Prefecture's king. Standing above the Heaven's Craftsmanship region, Su Yu's cold and disdainful eyes looked around. The boundless mortal fairy's strength surged in all directions, startling billions of creatures. With Su Yu's current cultivation, he found a mortal fairy's aura in the Heaven's Craftsmanship city at first glance. However, it was not the Central Prefecture's king. Whoosh, the next moment, Su Yu teleported above the Heavenly Craftsmanship city and said indifferently, "Come out." His voice wasn't loud, but it was like the voice of the heavens, reaching everyone's ears. However, the aura of the mortal fairy could not be hidden. Su Yu furrowed his brows and teleported to the center of the city, where a towering mountain stood. At the peak of the mountain, there was a statue of a green bull that was being worshipped. Rumor had it that he was the founder of the Heaven's Craftsman region, who had been worshipped for generations. Stop! Someone stepped forward to stop him. It was the headmaster of the Heaven's Craftsman region, an expert at the peak of all creations. Su Yu glanced at the region master, who let out a muffled groan and was pushed away by an invisible force. The region master's face was filled with shock. "You, who are you?" "Su Yu." 2 surprised voices came from the crowd. Su Yu glanced sideways at them. He had some impression of both of them. In the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, he had a brief encounter with the Heaven's Craftsman faction. One of them was the eldest senior brother whose name was still unknown, and the other was a woman named Shoyin. Ever since the 2 of them had returned from the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, they had made significant improvements, especially the eldest senior brother, who was about to break through to the All Creations realm. "What, Su Yu?" The Heaven's Craftsman region master was startled. He looked Su Yu up and down and said while shaking his head, "No. How high is Su Yu's cultivation? Moreover, he is being hunted by the Central Prefecture's king." The Heaven's Craftsman region master took a deep breath and bowed to Su Yu. "Senior, may I ask why you have come to the Heaven's Craftsman region?" Su Yu stared at the bronze statue and said, "Nothing. I am here to find the Central Prefecture's king and save the remnant soul of your dying old ancestor." Swish. Su Yu didn't do anything, but the bronze bull statue, which had been standing for countless years, cracked open all of a sudden. The Heaven's Craftsman region master was shocked by what he saw in the statue. In the statue, a broken demonic body was chewing the soul of a dying bronze bull in its mouth. Devouring souls to replenish primordial chi was a special method of the demons. "Ah, Grandmaster." The Heaven's Knife region master was shocked. However, he didn't dare to approach Su Yu because of the demonic power. Su Yu teleported to the front of the demonic body and pointed a finger between its eyebrows. Then, he said calmly, "Do you want to hide your scent from me by using the bronze bull's scent? Central Prefecture's king, do you think you can escape?" The Central Prefecture's king changed his expression abruptly. He had to put down the bronze bull's remnant soul and block Su Yu's finger with his newly recovered arm. At the same time, he tore the void with his right hand and turned around to escape. Bang! The Central Prefecture's king's arm, which had recovered with great difficulty, was smashed by Su Yu's finger. Su Yu looked at the dying bronze bull's remnant soul calmly. Then, he tore open the void and continued his pursuit. Old ancestor. The Heaven's Knife region master hurried forward and protected the remnant soul of the old ancestor with an excellent treasure. The bronze bull's remnant soul stared in the direction where Su Yu had left. His eyes were full of shock and confusion. "Master, is that young man really Su Yu?" Shoyin bit her red lips and asked anxiously. The eldest senior brother was even more worried. The Heaven's Knife Region Master said in a low voice, "No, Su Yu is being hunted by the Central Prefecture's king. How could he appear here? Wait." He suddenly remembered that the peerless mortal fairy seemed to have mentioned the origin of the demonic body, the Central Prefecture's king. That demonic body is the Central Prefecture's king? How could it be? The Heaven's Knife Region Master couldn't believe the Central Prefecture's king was a demonic body. However, he was interrupted by the Bronze Bull's remnant soul before he could finish his words. The Central Prefecture's king is doomed. Ahem. 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 Su Yu is so strange in this world. I can't believe he hunted the Central Prefecture's king. The mountain peak fell into a dead silence. Undoubtedly, the young mortal fairy was Su Yu. The Bronze Bull's remnant soul looked at the eldest senior brother and Shoyin and sighed. You two will be expelled from the faction temporarily. You can come back when Su Yu forgives you. Both of them trembled and left the mountain peak bitterly. The old ancestor didn't give their heads to Su Yu. All they could do was to repair their relationship with Su Yu. Another teleportation that crossed billions of mountains and rivers. When Su Yu appeared again, he was in the Tianyo Prefecture. When he was hunted by the Central Prefecture's king, he expelled Su Yu immediately and even wanted to capture Su Yu and send him to the Central Prefecture's king. Su Yu still remembered the Tianyo Prefecture's king. When Su Yu appeared in the void, his perception as a peak mortal fairy swept over thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The Central Prefecture's king had nowhere to hide. However, the Central Prefecture's king's aura was still in this city. Su Yu couldn't find his exact whereabouts. Did he hide? Moreover, he needed someone to help him. Otherwise, the Central Prefecture's king's strong aura of the demon clan would be difficult to hide. King of the Tianyo Prefecture, come out! Su Yu shouted indifferently. His voice was like thunder rolling over the city. Swish! A middle-aged man in red armor appeared in surprise. When he saw the familiar young man in front of him, he couldn't help but say, "Su Yu?" Then, a thought appeared in his mind. If he could catch this young man, Su Yu interrupted him. Where is the Central Prefecture's king? What? The king of the Tianyo Prefecture almost thought he heard it wrong. Wasn't the Central Prefecture's king hunting him? Although the Central Prefecture's king said he was being hunted by a strong enemy, it didn't make sense that the young man who was hunted in the past would be trampled on. Could it be that he was a spy sent by that strong enemy? Thinking of this, his face became cold and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Isn't the Central Prefecture's king hunting you? You should know it best. The king of the Tianyo Prefecture shook his head indifferently and stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, a stream of mortal fairy strength surrounded Su Yu and said, "By the way, you teleported to the forbidden area of the Tianyo city at will. I suspect that you have ulterior motives. I have the right to interrogate you." Su Yu was a genius with no foundation. Who would embarrass the king of the Tianyo Prefecture? Su Yu didn't move and said lightly, "You really haven't seen the Central Prefecture's king? This place is so full of demonic energy. As a prefecture's king, how could you not notice?" The king of the Tianyo Prefecture didn't wait for him to finish and suddenly shouted, "How dare you? How dare you question me, a little subject? Sure enough, there is something wrong with you. I must interrogate you." As he raised his hand, the king of the Tianyo Prefecture wrapped Su Yu with the mortal fairy's strength. However, what made him slightly surprised was that his mortal fairy's strength seemed to be wrapped around a boundless mountain, and he could not move it at all. Interrogate? Well, I really should interrogate you. How dare you cover up for the demons? Su Yu's face was cold. God Kailin's worries were not false. He had been dead for 10,000 years. The minds of the 9 prefectures' kings were unpredictable. If he believed the king of the Tianyo Prefecture rashly, the possibility of being betrayed was really high. Wow! Su Yu released the aura of the peak mortal fairy. With a wave of his sleeve, a huge stream of mortal fairy strength trapped the king of the Tianyo Prefecture. The king of the Tianyo Prefecture finally changed his face and said in disbelief, You, bang. Su Yu grabbed the king of the Tianyo Prefecture in his palm and slammed him to the ground. With a muffled sound, The body of the king of the Qianyu prefecture was crushed directly. Even his soul suffered irreparable damage. Where is the central prefecture's king? Su Yu asked indifferently. The king of the Qianyu prefecture, who originally wanted to argue, was scared out of his wits. Without saying a word, Su Yu smashed his body directly. This is too vicious. He didn't even dare to resent Su Yu. He stammered, in the secret underground room of my mansion, where the aura can be isolated. Su Yu snorted coldly and punched the mansion of the king of the Qianyu prefecture. With a loud bang, the mansion of the king of the Qianyu prefecture, which was protected by dozens of defensive formations, was smashed into ruins and revealed a secret underground room that was thousands of feet deep. Sure enough, in the secret room, a 1,000-feet-tall demon was staring at Su Yu angrily. "Do you really want to kill me?" Su Yu said indifferently. "You are the least qualified to say this." After saying that, he punched the central prefecture's king, who was escaping into the void, with unparalleled golden power, smashed the body of the central prefecture's king, who had just recovered a little. Su Yu paused and looked at the soul of the king of the Qianyu prefecture, who was about to escape into the void. Without looking at him, the reincarnation ripples appeared in Su Yu's eyes and directly sealed his soul into the soul space. Chapter 11:19. Half an hour later, in the Yuantian prefecture, looking around the city, Su Yu said with a cold smile, "Good. Another prefecture's king who dares to hide demons." In the next moment, a terrified soul rushed out from a certain mansion and said in fear, "Su, you destroyed my physical body. You and I are irreconcilable. You can talk big after you escape." Su Yu opened his reincarnation eyes and sealed the soul of the prefecture's king. Then, Su Yu smashed a stone pillar in the Tianyuan prefecture. The central prefecture's king, who was hiding in it, roared angrily and ran away immediately. Su Yu just left a little wound on his body to make sure that he couldn't recover completely. Half an hour later, in the Huiming prefecture, Su Yu stopped for a while and looked at the sky. At this time, the Huiming prefecture's king teleported here and looked at Su Yu in surprise. Su Yu replied with a faint smile, "Where is the central prefecture's king?" Hearing this, the Huiming prefecture's king was greatly stressed. Isn't this Su Yu who is being chased by the central prefecture's king? Why is he chasing the central prefecture's king? The most shocking thing is his strength. Without hesitation, the Huiming prefecture's king pointed to the north and said, "He came here hoping to be protected by me. However, I refused him and he fled to the North Continent." "Okay." Su Yu nodded and left by tearing the void apart. Half an hour later, in the Po Suo prefecture, the corners of Su Yu's mouth curled up into a cold smile again. "Very good, another one." After a while, an old woman's soul screamed and was sealed. In the lake of the Po Suo prefecture, the central prefecture's king was found. At this moment, the central prefecture's king finally found Su Yu's purpose. He had the celestial destroying arrow with him, but he didn't use it to kill the central prefecture's king. Instead, he left a little wound on the central prefecture's king and kept chasing him. Moreover, he didn't warn the other prefecture's kings that the central prefecture's king was not allowed to stay here. Su Yu's purpose was to kill all the prefecture's kings who had a good relationship with the central prefecture's king and protected him even though they knew he was a demon. "You are too cruel. You're even more ruthless than me." The central prefecture's king let out the hatred from the bottom of his heart. In the past, the central prefecture's king had regarded Shu Qiu as an ant. But once he grasped the power, he realized that Shu Qiu's ruthlessness was even worse than his. Su Yu actually wanted to clean up the entire Jojo continent and eliminate the roots of the relationship network of the central prefecture's king. The three prefectures' kings, whom he had secretly befriended and intended to help him sell the Jojo continent, had all been killed by Su Yu. "Thank you for letting me win. Do you still want to continue running?" Su Yu asked calmly. The central prefecture's king's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If he didn't escape, he would die. Although escaping would implicate others, if he died a little later, he would have more hope of surviving. "If I don't die, I will make you pay 1,000 times the price." The central prefecture's king roared as he tore the void apart and continued to escape. The three prefectures' kings were already dead, and the rest were just some greedy region lords. Suyu chased them all the way, killing without mercy, not even sparing their souls. Suyu's bloody footprints could be found in every prefecture of the Jojo continent. For a time, the whole Jojo continent was boiling. It was rumored that Suyu was hunting down the Central Prefecture's king. Anyone who was related to the Central Prefecture's king would be killed. With panic, the rumor spread rapidly to every corner of the Jojo continent within a whole day. Except for those who were related to the Central Prefecture's king, who were frightened and worried that the Central Prefecture's king would lead Suyu here, the rest of the forces and martial artists knew the true identity of the Central Prefecture's king and his sinister intentions. There were also 3 prefectures' kings who helped the wicked and tried to sell the Jojo continent. The sacred Kailin has been dead for 10,000 years, and people's hearts are rotten. There are 3 prefectures' kings who turned to the Central Prefecture's king and tried to sell the Jojo continent. Good job. These vermin should all be killed. Wait, I think we should collect evidence and report the vermin that Lord Suyu didn't find. Of course, what they were more interested in was that Suyu was hunting down the Central Prefecture's king all over the world. He used to chase the Blood Emperor, and now he is chasing the Central Prefecture's king. Alas, we are no match for him. I just don't know how he compares with the missing destined emperor. It shouldn't be too far apart, right? If Zhong Wushuang is the destined emperor, I think Suyu is the heaven-defying emperor. One is the son of heaven, and the other is the son of heaven. Looking back at Suyu's development, everyone was silent. It was really difficult for him to advance from the humble bottom to where he was today. The town was in an uproar, and Suyu's life story quickly spread, becoming a legend. Especially when he hunted down the Central Prefecture's king, people gave him the title of Silver-Haired Fairy. After 2 days, Suyu almost killed most of the Jojo continent. Today, even the Central Prefecture's king didn't know where to hide. Although there were a few survivors, they all hid early and did not dare to have any contact with him. How could he hide? As for the other prefecture's kings, if he went there, he would be immediately entangled and handed over to Suyu. Although the world was big, there was no place for him to hide. Unable to escape, the Central Prefecture's king said in a sincere tone, "Suyu, I can leave Jojo and swear that I will never set foot in Jojo again in my life. I am willing to compensate you for all your losses. How about we reconcile now?" Suyu flicked the blood off his body and said lightly, "From the first time you attacked me, there was no possibility of reconciliation. The existence of the divine nine-dragon cauldron should never be known by a third person." This was Suyu's bottom line. The Central Prefecture's king said, "As for the divine nine-dragon cauldron, I can also swear that I will never disclose it to another person. Do you trust a living person or a dead person?" Suyu did not answer but asked. The Central Prefecture's king was stunned. Of course, he trusted a dead person. "Think about it carefully. If I die, you will die," the Central Prefecture's king said sternly. Suyu said calmly, "I have thought about it very clearly. You must die." After saying that, Suyu's right arm flashed with golden light, and he punched the Central Prefecture's king. The survivors were almost killed, and it was time to end it. However, the Central Prefecture's king refused to be killed. He tore the void apart and chose to escape. Suyu followed him closely. When he landed on the ground, he found he was in a strange continent with an obscure aura. Everywhere was full of mist. When Suyu looked through the mist, he found he couldn't see millions of miles away even with the strength of a peak mortal fairy. In the depths of the mist, Suyu vaguely sensed the aura that even a peak mortal fairy would be afraid of. Is this the Far West Land? Suyu was terrified. He was quite familiar with the forbidden area of the Jojo continent. Whether it was ancient records or modern documents, they all had records of the Far West, and the evaluation of the Far West in all of these records had remained the same throughout the ages. The forbidden area of the living creatures. The portrait of Xia Jingyu, the broken horn of God Kailin, and the 5 elements flash were all excavated from the Far West Land. Nobody knew the whole picture of the Far West Land. They only knew that no one who went deep into the Far West Land could come back alive. Even the strong mortal fairies couldn't come back alive. As an ancient family, the black and white mortal fairies only dared to move in the periphery of the Far West Land for many years. Suddenly, Su Yu heard a scream. It was the Central Prefecture's king. Su Yu glanced over and saw the body of the Central Prefecture's king hidden in the mist suddenly jumped up as if he was bitten by something. Su Yu fixed his eyes on the Central Prefecture's king and saw a python whose cultivation was comparable to a peak mortal fairy was chasing him. The python turned its head and looked at Su Yu with cold and greedy eyes. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat when he was stared at by it. This python gave Su Yu an extremely dangerous feeling, which was even more dangerous than the Central Prefecture's king. If that was the case, it would have been fine. However, Su Yu quickly discovered that there was not just one python. They swept through the mist in groups and devoured all the creatures along the way. Among them, 9 pythons found Su Yu and swam towards him as fast as lightning. Coincidentally, the Central Prefecture's king couldn't hide anymore, so he tore the space to escape. Su Yu's eyes lit up as he followed the Central Prefecture's king. Half an hour later, Su Yu appeared in the Central Prefecture. The Central Prefecture's king couldn't escape anymore, so he finally escaped back to the Central Prefecture. Standing in the ruins of the Central Prefecture city, the Central Prefecture's king stared at Su Yu who was chasing him and shouted coldly, "Su Yu, I ask you for the last time, are you willing to make peace with me?" "No," Su Yu said as he took out a golden arrow. Then, he put the celestial destroying arrow on the bowstring with the mortal fairy's strength in his left hand. "Give him a fatal blow and end the century-old resentment of the continent. You. What do you want to make peace with me?" The Central Prefecture's king was extremely angry. He only mentioned reconciliation all the time, but never begged for mercy. Obviously, he was not reconciled. If there was a chance, the Central Prefecture's king would make a comeback. At that time, without the celestial destroying arrow and the bloodline of the cultivation deity, who could stop him? Seeing Su Yu's eyes were getting sharper and sharper, the Central Prefecture's king was in a panic of death. Then, he said in a low voice, "If I die, you won't have a good time. You can't see whether I have a good time or not." Su Yu was about to shoot an arrow. However, at this moment, a strand of extremely powerful mortal fairy's strength rolled over like a torrent. "All of you, stop." The magnificent mortal fairy's strength swept over, and its main target was not the Central Prefecture's king, but Su Yu. The Central Prefecture's king rolled his eyes and was about to take this opportunity to escape. However, as soon as he moved, Su Yu's celestial destroying arrow followed him. It seemed the Central Prefecture's king would shoot the celestial destroying arrow if he dared to move. Swish! With a loud noise, a void crack appeared behind Su Yu. Then, an old man in white walked out of it. It was the old region master of the Heavenly Knife region. However, under the realm of the mortal fairy, it could be clearly seen that there was another soul in his body, a soul of the stage 2 mortal fairy. Feeling the boundless mortal fairy's strength, Su Yu's feet shone with golden light. Then, he was instilled with the strength of the dragon. However, he didn't move a bit in the raging torrent. "Are you deaf? Do you want me to say it again? Put down the arrow. Now, everyone is under my control." The old man in white, or the soul of the mortal fairy, said coldly. Su Yu said indifferently, "Who are you?" Chapter 11:20. Humph. I am the law enforcement officer of the Great Eastern Alliance, and I am ordered to kill the demon. I will take your demon back for interrogation, and you are not allowed to shoot him. The old man's body fell down, and a soul flew out of it. It was a dark-skinned young man with gloomy eyes. He was crossing his arms in front of his chest and saying proudly, with an arrogant look. From his eyes, Su Yu felt a deep disdain. It was a disdain that came from his bones. It was just like how a rich man from the city would feel when he came to the countryside. It was natural for him to feel condescending and disdain. Hearing this, the Central Prefecture's king was overjoyed and immediately kowtowed. "I will obey your orders, and I am willing to follow you back for investigation." The arrogant young man showed a trace of coldness and stared at Su Yu. "Do you want me to repeat it again? Put down your weapon." Su Yu slowly put down the bow and arrow in his hand and said, "What is the punishment for his crime of preparing to sell the cavern world?" "Shut up. How to enforce the law is confidential, and you can't ask." The arrogant young man raised his hand and pointed at the Central Prefecture's king. "Come here." The Central Prefecture's king was overjoyed. The so-called Alliance law enforcement officer was a special existence that maintained the order of a large area of the cavern world, and the main task was to kill the demon. However, the young man in front of him did not kill him on the spot, but chose to take him back for investigation. The Central Prefecture's king looked into the young man's eyes, and the other party quietly nodded his chin, signaling him to rest assured. In this way, the Central Prefecture's king was relieved. This law enforcement officer was probably bought by the world of the gods, and now he came to rescue him. As long as he let him go on the way back to the Alliance, the Central Prefecture's king's escape would be foolproof. As for the investigation, humph, a cavern world without the protection of the gods, who would be willing to investigate the law enforcement officer for such a place? It should be known that those who could join the ranks of law enforcement were all elites of the Great Eastern Alliance, and these elites were mostly from the families of the gods. Although they were not necessarily descendants of the gods, who dared to offend the elites cultivated by such a huge family? Thinking of this, the Central Prefecture's king sneered and walked past Su Yu. At the moment when he passed by, he laughed. Su Yu, the waters of Jojo are deep. You, an ant, can't make a big wave. Ha ha ha. Like a winner, the Central Prefecture's king walked toward the law enforcer. However, he had only taken a few steps when he felt a chill on his back. Immediately after, his body felt as if it was being incinerated, and then his soul was being torn apart. He looked down at his chest, where a golden arrow had pierced through his chest. The sharp arrow contained an astonishing power that was wreaking havoc within his body, rapidly destroying his physical body and even his soul. His pupils gradually dilated, and he turned his head to look. Su Yu was slowly putting away the bow in his hand. The celestial destroying arrow had disappeared. You dare to kill me. The Central Prefecture's king never expected that Su Yu would dare to kill him in front of the law enforcers. As his vision gradually blurred, the Central Prefecture's king was furious. He was about to escape, but Su Yu, her resentment and hatred turned into a malicious curse. Su Yu, I curse you to die a horrible death. The land of divine will never forgive you. My father and mother will never forgive you. Heavenly demon curse. At the last moment, the Central Prefecture's king opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which was full of the power of the demon god. It condensed into a mark of a demon's head and teleported to Su Yu's chest. Su Yu couldn't avoid it and was branded on his chest by the mark. Su Yu had no time to check it. With a flash of cold light, his fists flashed with golden light, and the Central Prefecture's king was completely killed. Even his soul was destroyed together. In a dark hall, 1,000 feet tall demonic shadow in an ancient red robe suddenly showed a shocked expression, followed by anger, and then a ferocious expression. Who killed my son? Who? In the roar, the divine power ran through the years and the stars, traversing the gloomy cavern world. In a bright and peaceful world, a beautiful woman suddenly covered her chest, and her eyes were full of sadness and anger. My son is dead. Obviously, the law enforcers were sent to rescue him. Why is he still dead? Who did it? Su Yu didn't stop after killing the Central Prefecture's king. He grabbed with one hand and blasted open the space where the Central Prefecture's king's treasures were stored. All the treasures in it were burned by Su Yu, leaving no trace of their aura. He erased everything that the Central Prefecture's king had left in the world to prevent him from being resurrected. If Su Yu knew that in this world, apart from Su Yu, even the gods did not have the ability to resurrect another creature, he would not be so careful. The law enforcers, who were close at hand, did not expect that someone dared to kill the Central Prefecture's king in front of him. However, when he reacted, Su Yu had already destroyed his body and soul, leaving not even a trace of his soul. You are courting death. The law enforcer roared, almost furious, and attacked with his soul body. Kneel down. He was really shocked and angry. This task was personally ordered by the young master of the clan, but it was ruined. What kind of punishment would he receive when he returned? If he did not capture Su Yu and take him back, he shuddered at the thought of the young master's character. Get lost. Su Yu answered him with a slap. Puff. Even if the law enforcers were in their heyday, they were no match for the peak mortal fairy, let alone a mere soul. They relied on their identity as law enforcers, and in the other cavern worlds, they were naturally afraid of everyone. However, in the Jojo cavern world, the gods had fallen for nearly 10,000 years, and no one had taught the creatures of Jojo about the outside world. What the law enforcers were, what the Great Eastern Alliance was completely blank. Under such circumstances, a mere stage 2 mortal fairy was acting like a tyrant in front of a peak mortal fairy. It would be strange if he was not injured. "You dare to hurt me?" The law enforcer was furious. Suyu stared at him coldly. "Where you are from, what your identity is, I don't care, but this demon tried to sell Jojo, and killing him is the internal affairs of Jojo. You did not attack the demon clan, but took me as your enemy. When I killed him, you then killed me. Humph, now I want to know whether you are a law enforcer or sent by the demon clan." Suyu walked towards the law enforcer. The law enforcer was ashamed and angry. As a law enforcer, except for the gods, who was not afraid of him? As a law enforcer, I have supreme privileges. You are just an ant in the mortal world. What qualifications do you have to question me? The law enforcer stood up and said coldly, "I'd better teach you what a law enforcer is first, ignorant savage." Slap. As soon as the voice fell, Suyu's figure, like the wind, teleported over, raised his hand, and slapped the face of the law enforcer, slapping him to the ground. "Well, this is the law enforcer, ignorant and fearless." Suyu stepped on his chest, making him unable to move, and interrogated, "Tell me, what is your relationship with the Central Prefecture's king? I don't believe that you came so coincidentally and appeared at such a suitable time. You didn't appear earlier or later, but when he was about to be killed, you took him back." The law enforcer almost went berserk. He wanted to popularize the concept of law enforcers, but what he got was a rough slap in the face. Because of anger, his eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, saying one word at a time with hatred, "I will never, Dawn." This time, a foot stepped on his face, and half of his face was stepped into the ground. "You haven't figured out the situation. Do you think I won't kill you?" Suyu said lightly. This sentence finally made the law enforcer tremble. He vaguely remembered that many years ago, when a law enforcer was enforcing the law in a deserted cavern world, he was killed by the ignorant savage inside. Thinking of this, the law enforcer broke out in a cold sweat. Accustomed to showing off in front of people, the law enforcer woke up from a dream, and his heart was filled with uneasiness. But for him to surrender to a savage was simply wishful thinking. "Humph, you wait, I will never let you go." The law enforcer shouted coldly, and crushed a fiery red jade pendant at his waist. The jade pendant suddenly shattered, and a majestic power of space transmission gushed out, wrapping the body of the law enforcer. What he wanted to do was to send the news back to the family as soon as possible and let the young master know. As for how to deal with the savage in front of him, with the temperament of the young master, the law enforcer couldn't help but feel a touch of pleasure. If he fell into the hands of the young master, he would hate himself for being born in this world. However, Suyu sneered, "It seems that you care about something, but do you think you can escape?" A pair of eyes filled with reincarnation ripples looked into the eyes of the law enforcer. Suddenly, before the space transmission, the law enforcer was drawn into the soul space. At this moment, God Kailin, Mo Tianxian, and the others who were chasing and watching also arrived at the final battlefield. There was no trace of the Central Prefecture's king. "Is he dead?" God Kailin tried to ask. Suyu nodded. "Yes, he is dead." Hearing this, although everyone already knew the result, they still couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, a deep sense of exhaustion hit them. After 100 years of dormancy, they finally completed the great cause and killed the Central Prefecture's king. Day and night, after so much effort, they finally succeeded. Moreover, Suyu was extremely ruthless. He uprooted the Central Prefecture's king's accomplices one by one, cleaned up the filth, and returned peace and tranquility to Jojo. Only Suyu knew that Jojo would not be peaceful. The Central Prefecture's king was not the only one who was watching Jojo. "Seniors, you should all take a rest." Suyu looked at the crowd. Those who were seriously injured and had lost their bodies didn't have time to rest. God Kailin smacked his lips. "Yes, all of you go. You have worked hard in the past 100 years. The ghost prison's great emperor paused, and finally, he still wanted to say something. Then, he went aside to repair his body on the spot. Jian Wusheng supported Mo Tianxian, who was seriously injured, to repair her body and help Mo Tianxian heal her wounds. Brother Su Yu, I will wait for you. Qin Xiana stepped aside obediently. Her two bright big eyes were looking at Su Yu, and her heart was full of sweetness and pride. When the others left, Su Yu said, "Do you have something to say to me?" God Kailin changed his cynical attitude and nodded. "Yes, I have an important thing to discuss with you." "Say it," Su Yu said as he looked at his body. The realm of the peak mortal fairy was showing signs of decline. Chapter 11:21. However, after experiencing the law enforcers, Su Yu wasn't surprised. "Since you know you can't keep it, why did you destroy the central prefecture's king for hundreds of years?" Su Yu asked. God Kailin must have a plan. God Kailin sighed. The value of a cavern world depends on its prosperity. For a deity, a prosperous cavern world is equivalent to an abundance of celestial energy sphere. Refining the whole cavern world can get the celestial energy sphere of the whole cavern world. Su Yu already knew that the so-called cavern world, including the creatures, plants, and even the mountains and rivers, were created by the deities who created the world with the celestial energy sphere. If the whole cavern world was refined, theoretically, one could get the celestial energy sphere of the creation deity. The more prosperous the cavern world was, the more abundant the celestial energy sphere was, so it was more valuable. Since my death 10,000 years ago, I have been secretly transferring the celestial energy sphere of Jojo to the other 99 small cavern worlds that I created when I was alive, God Kailin said. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he took out the martial tower from his arms. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It turns out that I've been running around the continent with 100 cavern worlds." He remembered that the 100th story of the martial tower was a small cavern world equivalent to the Zhenlong continent. So, apart from the first story, the rest of the 98 stories should be the same. Yes, they were transferred to the world of the martial tower. God Kailin opened his mouth. He felt that nothing could be hidden from Su Yu. He wanted to say something, but he was used to Su Yu's ability to guess. He continued, but the way they were transferred was very gentle and slow. Su Yu thought about it and suddenly remembered that God Kailin had said that killing the geniuses in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was for their own good. The glittering jewel mortal fairy also confirmed this. In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, the challengers who were killed were transferred to the world of the martial tower, right? Su Yu said with a wry smile. God Kailin was a little angry. "You have guessed everything. Can't I regain some sense of superiority?" After pausing for a moment, the Qilin rolled his eyes and said, "That's right. All the challengers who died in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion were transferred to the martial tower. The humans you saw on the 100th level were the descendants of the earliest batch of challengers from Jojo. They have already reproduced in that world and are living in peace. It's just that this method is too slow. Only 9,000 of the continent's most outstanding trial takers can be transferred every 100 years. However, if they were too hasty and moved all the living creatures and all the mountains and rivers, it would definitely lead to the action of the covetous people outside, and the central prefecture's king was one of them. He noticed that the vitality of the 9 regions was constantly weakening, so he speculated that I was the one behind it. Therefore, he hurriedly came to the 9 regions in an attempt to sell it as soon as possible. Speaking of this, the sacred Kailin sighed deeply. "I can feel that as the time of my death grows longer and longer, the old friends of the past will fade away, and more people begin to covet Jojo. In the future, there will be more and more central prefectures' kings coming. One day, we won't be able to defend it. Therefore, I want to catch all the covetous people off guard and empty the entire Jojo continent. So, the premise is to eliminate the central prefecture's king, so it is convenient to take action." Su Yu continued his words and revealed the meaning of the sacred Kailin's 100 years of dormancy. God Kailin said, "That's right. If he is still here, sudden action will definitely lead to his retaliation, and the news will definitely be leaked. At that time, in a hurry, the covetous people will swarm in, and you and I will not be able to stop them. Now, The Central Prefecture's king has been killed. While the news of his death has not spread to the cavern world, immediately move the entire Jojo continent. Then, you escape with the martial arts tower and let those covetous people get an empty shell, the sacred Kylin said. Suyu was shocked. Moving the entire continent? Can the world of the martial arts tower accommodate it? No problem, the 100th layer is just the smallest world, and the lower it is, the bigger it is. Moreover, I intend to open up all the 99 layers of the world to form a bigger world than the cavern world of Jojo, which is enough to accommodate the creatures of Jojo, the sacred Kylin said. Of course, Suyu agreed with this suggestion. He and the Zhenlong creatures had already taken root in Jojo. How could he tolerate them being refined into a celestial energy sphere and absorbed by a deity? However, there are two problems. The sacred Kylin frowned. Chapter 1122. Brother Suyu, you don't need to worry. Before she left, Sister Jingyu said that she had calculated her own path, and that we might meet again in an unexpected place. Moreover, the life jade plate she left behind is still intact, Qinxiana said. Suyu was surprised by this. Where did Jingyu go? Why did she leave? Qinxiana paused for a moment, then said hesitantly, Sister Jingyu said that your relationship tribulation would fall on her, and that if she didn't leave, you would surely die. So, she left alone to find a way to resolve your relationship tribulation. Her relationship tribulation would fall on her. Suyu was quite surprised. He had assumed that it would be Xiana, but who would have thought that it would be Jingyu? Suyu was quite worried. Fortunately, her life jade plate was still intact, which meant that her guess half a year ago was correct. Xiana, Suyu looked at Xiana, who was standing in front of him. He didn't have any more doubts in his heart, so he said what he wanted to say. However, Xiana's slender fingers touched Suyu's lips, while her face became flushed. Don't say it. I wasn't asleep at that time, so I heard everything you said. Suyu was startled by her words. Xiana, you were very happy. Xiana mustered her courage, raised her face, and looked deeply into Suyu's eyes. I've always felt sorry for you and Sister Jingyu. I knew that you loved each other, but I pretended not to know it. I selfishly took Sister Jingyu's place and became your wife. I'm really selfish. She then added, I'm already satisfied that Sister Jingyu has forgiven me, and I don't dare to ask for more. But, Brother Suyu, what you said to me while I was asleep made me happy, but also scared. Do you really think that a selfish girl like me is worthy of your love? Suyu was startled, and as he looked at the tearful Xiana, he embraced her and said softly, Silly girl, have I ever lied to you? Xiana wiped her tears, then lowered her head and said, I'm not as pretty as Sister Jingyu, nor am I as gentle as her. I'm not as helpful as her. Brother Suyu, do you really love me, or are you just trying to comfort me? It turned out that she had always had an inferiority complex in her heart. Ever since they first met, Xia Jingyu was like a precious jade that emitted an otherworldly aura in the mortal world. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens, and no woman could compare to her. It was the same now. But, there's something about you that's on par with her. Suyu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xiana raised her head. What is it? It's a kind gesture. Suyu tapped her chest and smiled gently. Xiana's tears turned into a smile, and she revealed a satisfied smile. She then buried herself in Suyu's embrace and blushed as she said, Brother Suyu, you touched me there. Only then did Suyu realize that he was touching a well-developed softness. After resting for half a day, Suyu's soul entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Shunga was lying beside the field, shaking a colorful butterfly in boredom. Suyu was slightly surprised. When had he ever attracted butterflies? Master is here. Shunga jumped up, her face full of joy. The colorful butterfly landed on Shunga's shoulder intimately, as if it liked her very much. As for Suyu, he was now more vigilant towards him. What is this? Suyu asked as he looked at the butterfly. Shungji said happily, Congratulations, Master. The 5-colored chaos butterfly has broken out of its cocoon and transformed into a butterfly. Suyu was taken aback and could not help but look over. This was an extinct ancient spiritual worm that was difficult to find even in the Xing River, the five-colored chaos butterfly. It was first discovered in the seed of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, and later began to spit out a strand of silk. That silk was extremely helpful to Su Yu. After not seeing it for so long, it had actually transformed from a caterpillar into a butterfly. During the transformation, it was always Shunga who accompanied it, so of course, it was closer to Shunga. Master, it's very powerful. It says it can eat anything, Shunga chirped. When Su Yu heard that, he immediately looked at the nursery, and his face darkened. It really could eat anything. Many of the geniuses and earthly guardians transplanted in the nursery were thousands of years old, and all of them were eaten up. Even the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate tree, which was at least 10,000 years old, was eaten up by the five-colored chaos butterfly. The entire nursery was ruined to the point that it was too horrible to look at. The only thing to be thankful for was that the heavenly orchid silver bamboo was still there. After such a long period of cultivation, it was already 700 or 800 years old. Shunga stuck out her tongue. The last time you called me out, it was like this when I came back. It wanted to eat the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, but I stopped it. I could only feed it something else, but in the valley, it seemed that this was all that was edible. The blue veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. He stared at the five-colored chaos butterfly and said with dissatisfaction, "Where is your dignity as a mutant chaos butterfly? How did you mutate into a foodie?" It was no wonder that Su Yu was angry. Although most of the transplanted things in the nursery were useless, some of them were precious spiritual things transplanted from the glittering jewel wonderland. Su Yu was going to cultivate them to be more than 1,000 years old, but he didn't expect that they would all be eaten up. Unexpectedly, the lazy fat worm had now become a butterfly, and its spiritual wisdom had increased greatly. It understood Su Yu's words and flapped its wings angrily at Su Yu. Su Yu smiled at his protest. However, his expression changed abruptly in the next moment. His physical body, which was in the state of the peak mortal fairy, was torn apart and was about to be destroyed. This was no small matter. Shunga also noticed the abnormality and hurriedly stopped it. "Stop, what are you doing? How can you attack the master?" The chaos multicolored butterfly unwillingly folded its beautiful wings and stared at Su Yu arrogantly. Su Yu was shocked and used the Heart of Eternity to restore his physical body. When he stared at the chaos butterfly again, Su Yu's heart was filled with indescribable shock. The flapping of its wings could destroy the physical body of the peak mortal fairy? If it flapped with all its strength, wouldn't it destroy the soul? Shunga was shocked and apologized nervously. "Master, it's my fault, please punish me." Su Yu was full of smiles and waved his hand. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Take good care of the chaos butterfly, and it will be a great achievement." After thinking about it, Su Yu activated the mortal fairy's strength and sealed it into the top of Shunga's head. This mortal fairy's strength should be enough for you to break through the all creation's realm. Hearing this, Shunga was overjoyed. The full mortal fairy's strength of the peak mortal fairy was more than enough to break through the all creation's realm. She could even fight for the all creation's peak. As for the chaos butterfly, since it's close to you, take good care of it, Su Yu said. Shunga rolled her eyes and said, "Master, the chaos butterfly said that it can only release energy once after swallowing it. That blow just now was the result of swallowing all the spiritual treasures of the world." "Is that so?" Su Yu was not too surprised. Such incredible power was not groundless. The power of swallowing the treasures of the world and transforming it into offensive power made sense. "Well, I will let you enter the glittering jewel wonderland. You can pick any spiritual treasures of the world and transplant them into the nursery. From now on, the task of feeding the chaos butterfly will be handed over to you." Hearing this, Shunga was overjoyed. Next, Su Yu changed the layout of the 9 jade spiritual pearl with his mind. The supreme growing soil and the cottage with the remnant soul of the 9-tailed white fox were all isolated into another small enclosed space. Only the remaining space could accommodate the rest of the people. There were still 6 days, enough time to settle them down. His soul returned to his body. Su Yu looked at the ghost prison's great emperor, who was frowning not far away. He walked over and said, I have a question. Can you answer it? The ghost prison's great emperor was shocked. He had already known about God Kailin's arrangement. The one who got the ticket was Su Yu, and whether he could leave or not depended on Su Yu. Brother Su, please speak. The ghost prison's great emperor was completely on equal footing. Su Yu said, "Can you tell me why you insist on helping the central prefecture?" As a ghost, the ghost prison's great emperor's previous performance was even more desperate than the people of Jojo. The ghost prison's great emperor laughed bitterly. "Because I have no way out. The deity of the world of ghosts and souls is my father. He has 3 sons, and I rank last. The 3 of us are being tempered by our father. Whoever succeeds will receive his help and become the new generation of ghost deities. Unfortunately, I am the most stupid and can't compare with my eldest brother and second brother. Seeing that they are gradually gaining my father's favor, I have to choose the most difficult task to support Jojo. My father also agreed because the ghost god and God Kailin are old friends. However, the situation of Jojo is much more complicated than I thought. In Jojo, I did not play much role. I am afraid that I will not be appreciated by my father when I go back this time. This is somewhat similar to the mortals fighting for the throne, isn't it? Why do you insist on letting your father assist you instead of working hard to become a god yourself? In Su Yu's view, the ghost prison's great emperor has the blood of the gods. Compared to ordinary mortals, it can be said that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Why does he insist on doing this? The ghost prison's great emperor was stunned and thought to himself, is it easy to become a god? Even with the full help of the ghost god, it is not necessarily possible to break through the position of the gods, let alone the most difficult to become a god alone. However, in the face of Su Yu in front of him, he could not say it. Su Yu started from an ordinary person and walked step by step to where he is today. It may not be easy to become a god. After a long time of contemplation, the ghost prison's great emperor's thoughts were clear. If he goes back now, he will not be able to get the favor of the ghost god. It is better to go out alone. Su Yu can make his current status, why can't he? Thank you for your advice, Brother Su. If Brother Su is willing to take me all the way, I will be grateful. Su Yu smiled. Ghost brother, you don't have to be so polite. You have dedicated 100 years to Jojo. It is natural to take you away from Jojo. He knows nothing about the outside world. If there is a son of the ghost god accompanying him all the way, there are many benefits. With this in mind, Su Yu dealt with the ghost race and came to the 2 dust fairies. 2 seniors. Su Yu wanted to salute but was stopped by the 2 dust fairies. Chapter 11:23. Su Yu did not put on any pretense, and simply asked, "May I ask how many members of the great Oriental family are left?" The Black Dust Immortal's face showed a sad expression. There are only a few thousand people left. Although tens of thousands of people had used the transmission array to escape, over half of them had perished because the array formation had drawn out too much of their power of demon gods. In the end, only a few thousand remained. Don't worry, 2 elders. Please gather the remaining members of the clan and prepare to leave the 9 provinces cavern with me in a few days. I believe that if the distance is too far, the effect of the curse will weaken accordingly. Quietly multiply, and we should be able to restore the Dongfang family to its peak. The 2 elders were pleasantly surprised. Su Yu was willing to bring them along. This great kindness, how can my Dongfang family ever repay it? White Dust Fairy looked at the shy and silent Dongfang Yu behind her, but secretly sighed. If she had married Su Yu before, it would have been possible. Now, how could Yue be worthy of him? The other party had a wife by his side, so it was even more impossible. Suddenly, the White Dust Immortal glanced at the 5 Elements mountain behind them, and the Black Dust Immortal also noticed it. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. They had studied this mountain for many years, yet they had never ventured deep into its belly. Moreover, the power of 5 elements was not very useful to them. On the other hand, Su Yu's training in the belly of the mountain seemed to be beneficial to him. The 2 of them discussed and decided that it was the most suitable gift. Su Yu, the great Oriental family is not fated to have the 5 elements mountain. It is beneficial to your training. On behalf of the great Oriental family, this mountain is a gift to you. I hope you won't reject it. Of course, Suyu would not decline. The Five Elements mountain was useless to them, but it was a treasure to Suyu. After pretending to be modest, Suyu obtained the Five Elements mountain happily. Although the mountain couldn't be shrunk, it could be stored in the 9 jade spiritual pearl, which would save him a lot of trouble. Seeing Suyu put away the mountain, the black and white dust fairies were taken aback. This mountain couldn't be contained in any space, not even the space created by the dust fairies. This kid even has a portable cavern world. What other treasures can catch his eye? I guess he accepted our Five Elements mountain reluctantly, didn't he? Thinking of Suyu's several refusals, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Suyu was really declining the offer. The Dongfang family had settled down. Next, only the Duanxian Cliffmaster and the ancient bronze tree man were left. After thinking about it, Suyu used the divine-level transportation portal and arrived at the extreme north. On a cliff that pierced through the clouds, Suyu saw the Duanxian Cliffmaster, who was recuperating from his injuries. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. It seems like I didn't make a loss this time. The severed fairy Cliffmaster laughed. Suyu had obviously come to fulfill his promise. In terms of who helped him the most during the tribulation of man, the Duanxian Cliffmaster would be the first. If it weren't for this King of Darkness, who had entangled the Central Prefecture's king for 5 whole days, history would have been rewritten. In 6 days, come to the ruins of Central Continent City and board a ship to leave. Hearing this, the Duanxian Cliffmaster looked excited and sighed, I can finally leave the Jojo Cavern. Suyu caught a glimpse of a tinge of hatred flashing through his eyes. It seemed that the severed fairy Cliffmaster's visit to the 9 states was not that simple. Okay, then I'll take my leave, Suyu said. The Duanxian Cliffmaster stopped him and said, Wait, I have brought Wuxie back, do you want to see her? Little devil. Suyu smiled gently. Has she been brought back from the desolate evil jungle? You're not cursing me, are you? He had left the little devil in the desolate evil jungle and said that he would pick her up after finishing his business. Who knew that things would develop to this point? He had almost forgotten about her. With this little lady's temper, she was probably grinding her teeth in hatred. My daughter just carved a sign with your name on it, and then prayed every day, it was praying. The Duanxian Cliffmaster forced a smile. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. Is that a memorial tablet? She's cursing me, isn't she? Amused, Suyu thought for a moment and took out the glittering jewel fairy scepter. It was covered with cracks and could only be used once more. This is the glittering jewel fairy scepter that I promised to get for Wuxie. I hope it can help her resolve the effects of the spirit grass of immortality. The Duanxian Cliffmaster's eyes lit up and he accepted it with relief. Thank you, Mr. Su. I hope it will be effective on my daughter. In fact, he knew that to resolve the effects of the spirit grass of immortality was not something that this fairy artifact could do. However, it might not be completely ineffective, and he could still give it a try. I'll take my leave then. Suyu tore the void apart and left. The next moment, Suyu arrived at the desolate evil jungle and appeared directly in the depths of the valley. Enmu rushed over immediately. He was worried that an enemy had invaded. When he saw that it was Suyu, he couldn't help but say, You've reached the peak of the mortal fairy in such a short time? Unbelievable, unbelievable. He had a stupefied look on his face, trying hard to put on a surprised expression. It was extremely comical. The desolate evil jungle was isolated from the outside world. He had no idea what had happened in the outside world these days. I want to see the tree goddess. I don't know if I can help her with my current cultivation, Suyu said. Back then, he was just a small fairy. Now that he was a peak mortal fairy, he didn't know if he could shake the spear that was condensed from evil fatal energy. Enmu nodded cheerfully. Once again, he arrived at the underground magma. A small golden tree was growing in the magma. Suyu's arrival immediately awakened the remnant soul of the tree goddess on the small tree. However, based on Suyu's current knowledge, it should be called a trace of godly spirit left behind by the tree goddess. Activate the divine realm, Suyu said. A pair of eyes opened on the small tree. When he saw that it was Suyu, a look of delight appeared on his face. Has it been hundreds of years, or thousands of years? You've already reached this level of cultivation? He, who was in a deep sleep, didn't know how much time had passed. Suyu smiled bitterly and remained silent. When the divine realm was activated, he entered it immediately. It was just like what he had seen in the past. A beautiful young lady, whose exquisite body was covered with a thin layer of emerald green gauze, was sitting on the throne, sleeping peacefully and sweetly. A long spear that was densely covered with evil fatal energy was pierced through its abdomen. With his current vision, Suyu could clearly sense that the tree goddess's body was densely covered with this kind of evil fatal energy. Fortunately, the godly spirit in the tree goddess's body was continuously producing divine energy, which kept the evil fatal energy at bay. This evil fatal energy belonged to the power of a deity. The Milky Way star sand didn't have an artifact spirit, so it could only exert 1/10 of its power. Hence, it couldn't absorb the evil fatal energy. Suyu could only rely on external force to forcibly remove the long spear. Suyu walked forward and grasped the long spear. The evil fatal energy on the long spear tumbled all of a sudden and surged into Suyu's body. Suyu didn't dare to be careless. He condensed the mortal fairy's strength to defend himself. He managed to block the evil fatal energy, but he couldn't block it for too long. Holding the long spear tightly, Suyu exerted strength in his 5 fingers and suddenly pulled it out. Puff! With a dull sound, the long spear was pulled out by force. Only a part of the long spear that was supposed to pierce through the tree goddess's body was still inserted into its abdomen. The godly spirit of the tree goddess, who was on the side, was pleasantly surprised. It's out. It's out. Suyu was speechless for a while. This was not the birth of a child. However, when Suyu tried to pull it out again, the long spear didn't move at all. It was difficult to pull it out again. Young man, long time no see. Suddenly, a wisp of faint voice came from the girl's body. She was still sleeping, but her voice could be heard. The tree goddess had woken up. Compared with the previous intermittent time, this time the tree goddess's speech was very smooth. It could be seen that her consciousness had been completely awakened. Finally, the eyes that had been closed for many years slowly opened after a slight tremble. It was a pair of beautiful emerald eyes, shining with bright brilliance. With a fresh and bright face, it gave people an indescribable breath of life. Just by looking at those eyes, people felt that the haze in their hearts was gone. Suyu knew that this was the breath of the divine path inadvertently released by the gods, which was extremely easy to affect the perception of others. Immediately, he protected his body with the strength of the mortal fairy. I finally see you, young man, the girl said slowly. Her voice was pleasant to the ear, like a string of bamboo. She opened her bright eyes and looked at Suyu with a gentle smile on her lips. So this is what you look like. The last time my consciousness was temporarily awakened, I couldn't perceive the specific situation of the outside world. So after sleeping, I have been thinking about what kind of person you are, what race you are, and what you look like. Suyu did not dare to look directly into her eyes. He said lightly, I have let the tree goddess down. No, in the eyes of a god, your appearance is very beautiful, and I like it very much. The tree goddess was generous with her praise. Suyu was a little embarrassed. This tree goddess was quite straightforward. After thinking for a while, he said, the continent is moving, and the Jojo Cavern world is about to become desolate. I am here to inform you in advance. 6 days later, I will take you and your people to board the ship, enter the Xing River world, and leave this place. Well, if you are willing to leave. The tree goddess rubbed her temples with her white fingers and said, I see. When I was sleeping, I felt that someone had touched the veins of the Jojo continent. It turns out that the whole continent is going to be moved. So, I will be homeless. When she spoke, a pair of beautiful emerald eyes were staring at Suyu. To be honest, the last thing Suyu wanted was to bring the tree goddess into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. With the perception of the tree goddess, he was afraid that the supreme growing soil could not be hidden from her. As a wood deity, the supreme growing soil was an irresistible temptation. Maybe she would do something, and it was completely possible that she would take the 9-jade spiritual pearl for herself. As a deity, she should not be so shameless, right? Moreover, the long halberd in her abdomen had not been taken out, so she should not dare to be too unscrupulous. I have a small cavern world. I don't know if the tree goddess and my people are willing to accommodate me. I am willing to, the tree goddess said without hesitation. She said with a smile, I am willing to go anywhere you want me to go. Looking at the tree goddess, who did not know how to be modest and polite, Su Yu withdrew the polite words that were on the tip of his tongue. Intuition told Su Yu that this tree goddess had a temperament that did not match her temperament. Okay, but my cavern world is relatively small. I am afraid it cannot accommodate so many people, and it cannot accommodate the body of the tree goddess. It doesn't matter. The tree goddess waved her small hand. If she was not nailed to the throne, she would have stood up and said, we are so familiar with each other. Just leave the trivial matters to me. Wait for me for a while.